Chapter 969, The Truth of the Matter Comes to Light _4. Tsuihua had become a ticking time bomb to her. No telling when she might explode. No one would dare touch her on Taiwan Island, but this was Beijing, and she was restricted from traveling. Realizing this, Jill Wentong rushed downstairs. Xiaoqi, Mom is begging you, please take me away. Shall we go back to Taiwan Island? Lu Qi sighed. Mom, you can't leave now. Think of something, Xiaoqi, think of something, Jill Wentong continued. Since you managed to bail us out of the detention center, it means you must have a way, right? Lu Qi frowned slightly, suppressing the anger in his heart. Mom, the only reason you were released from the detention center was because of Dad. Dad took all the blame on himself. Otherwise, even if I were the Emperor of Heaven, I wouldn't have been able to bail out you and Xiaoru. Jill Wentang's eyes instantly reddened. Then what should we do? Xiaoqi, is there really no way? Xiaoqi, I really can't stay here anymore. Mom, why are you in such a hurry to leave Beijing? Lu Qi grabbed Jill Wentang's arm. Are you still hiding something from me? How much more were they hiding from him? Jill Wentong instinctively avoided Lu Qi's gaze. No. Really? Lu Qi stared intently into Jill Wentang's eyes. No. Jill Wentong pushed Lu Qi away and hurried upstairs. Watching Jill Wentang's retreating figure, Lu Qi let out a deep sigh and went to Lu Ru's room. Brother. Lu Qi grabbed Lu Ru's hand. Tell me honestly, are you and Mom still hiding something from me? After all, Jill Wentong was his mother, and there were some things he couldn't directly ask her, so he had to start with Lu Ru. In Lu Qi's eyes, Lu Ru and Jill Wentong were in this together. Lu Ru looked at Lu Qi blankly. No, stop pretending. Tell me. Lu Qi had lost all trust in Lu Ru. Tell me now, and I'll take you and Mom to the police station to turn ourselves in, maybe we'll get a lighter sentence. Just don't let the police find out first, it would be embarrassing then. Really, there's nothing. Lu Ru, frightened by Lu Qi's demeanor, started crying. Brother, what are you talking about? Lu Ru had no idea about Jill Wentang's past. The recent stint in the detention center had already terrified Lu Ru, smoothing out any haughty airs she once had. Speak. Lu Qi gripped Lu Ru's wrist tightly. There's nothing, Lu Ru cried miserably. Unable to get anything out of her, Lu Qi had to let it go. At the Ni family home, Ni Yang administered the third acupuncture treatment to Ni Tsuihua. After the acupuncture, Ni Tsuihua said to old lady Zheng, Mom, does Dad have a burn scar on his back? Old lady Zheng was taken aback at first, then said, yes, it was caused by your grandmother accidentally scalding him with boiling water. Ni Tsuihua's face changed, realizing that everything that happened in her dream was true. Mom. Ni Tsuihua suddenly grabbed old lady Zheng's hand, her eyes becoming red. I remember. I remember everything. Ting, what do you remember? Old lady Zheng said nervously, don't rush, take it slow. With a choked voice, Ni Tsuihua said, I was sent to Xiaomu village, and the person who sent me was Jill Wentong. Here's how it happened. After getting separated from old lady Zheng years ago, young Ni Tsuihua was picked up by a local old woman who, seeing the child's refined manner, decided to hand her over to the village chief. After several transfers, the village chief took her to Beijing. Upon arriving in Beijing, a beautifully dressed young woman appeared, claiming to know old lady Zheng and Jing Jun, saying they were good friends, and so the village chief handed Ni Tsuihua over to her. As soon as the village chief left, the young woman showed her true colors. Ni Tsuihua bit her while attempting to escape, and, furious, the young woman picked up a nearby vase and knocked Ni Tsuihua unconscious. The cerebral contusion suffered by Ni Tsuihua dated from that time. Because she wasn't sent to the hospital in time, she developed a persisting high fever that night, terrifying the young woman. She took a night train and delivered Ni Tsuihua to a rural family in Xiaomu village, miles away, along with some money. When Ni Tsuihua woke up, she had no memory of her past. I remember, she had a sister, who called her Aji. Ni Tsuihua said. Chapter 970, The Truth of the Matter, Everything Comes to Light _5. Aji, Ni Yang narrowed her eyes. The doctor's sister is named Jiangji. Mom, the woman who took you to Xiaomu village was Jiangji, and Jiangji is Zhou Wendong. Haiqing City is just near the port, so it's easy for Jiangji to go to Taiwan Island from there. If Zhou Wendong was Jiangji, and Jiangji was Zhou Wendong, that would explain why Ni Tsuihua was thousands of kilometers away from where she was lost. It also explained why Ni Tsuihua felt a strange sense of familiarity when she saw the doctor and Zhou Wendong. Because Jiangji was the doctor's sister, she was helping her sister do evil. Oh my! Old Madame Jing said distressfully, My Tingting, how much suffering have you endured? Mingming was returned, only to be taken away by Zhou Wendong again. It was all because she trusted Jiang Yan too much at the time. Ni Tsuihua helped old Madame Jing wipe away her tears. Mom, it's okay now, I'm fine. Ni Yang picked up the car keys. Grandpa, Grandma, Mom, we must hurry to the police station now and tell the police everything clearly. The case of Ni Kuihua's disappearance was still on record at the police station, just in case there was a chance for the truth to emerge. The family had to hurry, there was no time to waste. They raced to the police station. Lu Qi knew the police would knock on the mansion's door again one day, but he didn't expect it to come so soon. Is Comrade Jiangji here? We are from the municipal police department, and this is an arrest warrant. Jiangji. Lu Qi asked confusedly, Officer, are you mistaken? We don't have anyone named Jiangji here. Zhou Wendong was just coming downstairs at this moment, and upon hearing this conversation, her legs went weak. She remembered. She knew that one day Ni Tsuihua would remember. Several officers bypassed Lu Qi and went straight to Jiangji, flashing handcuffs. Jiangji. You are involved in a case concerning child trafficking, please come with us. Child trafficking. Lu Qi's eyes widened in shock. He never could have imagined Zhou Wendong committing such a crime. Officer, you must be mistaken. My mother's name is Zhou Wendong, not Jiangji. Besides, she just arrived in Beijing less than 2 months ago, how could she possibly be involved in child trafficking? Zhou Wendong cried out loudly, Xiaoqi. Xiaoqi. Save me. Mom doesn't want to go to jail. Mom is innocent. Xiaoqi. One of the officers looked up at Lu Qi. Zhou Wendong is just her alias, her real name is Jiangji. Jiangji was stunned. He looked at the woman before him, his mother, and felt she was a complete stranger. What else was his mother hiding from him? Mom, I'm only asking you one thing right now. Lu Qi walked over to Zhou Wendong, his eyes red. Am I really your biological child? Am I? Yes. Xiaoqi. You are my biological child. You are my own son. I carried you for 10 months before giving birth to you, Xiaoqi, you can't ignore your mom now. Both Lu Qi and Lu Ru were Zhou Wentang's biological children. Although she didn't have much affection for Lu Qinian, she hadn't done anything to wrong him. Lu Ru was startled by the commotion downstairs and came down to see this scene, shocked. Mom. Brother. What's going on? Lu Qi pressed his temples in agony. Xiaoru, you must save Mom. Zhou Wentong shouted. The officers took Zhou Wentong away, and Lu Ru chased after them, watching helplessly as Zhou Wentong was put into the patrol car. Then, Lu Qi also drove Lu Ru to the police station to find out what was happening. After all, Zhou Wentong was his biological mother, and he couldn't just stand by indifferently. After arriving at the police station, Lu Qi learned the whole story. He hadn't realized that his mother had done such a thing when she was young, fleeing to Bay Island. All these years she had lived an idyllic life on Bay Island, but the family of the child she had taken was plunged into endless pain. "Officer, may I see the victim?" he asked. The officer was taken aback, probably thinking, "Your mother is a human trafficker, and you want to take revenge on the victim?" Seeing that the officer might have misunderstood, Lu Qi continued, "Officer, my mother has done something unforgivable, and my sister and I would like to apologize to the victim and their family." Perhaps an apology could hardly make up for anything, but without an apology, he felt uneasy. "Okay," the officer nodded, "come with me this way. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible." The truth of the matter, everything comes to light _6. Lu Qi followed the police officer's steps, looking back at Lu Ru. "Let's go." Lu Ru looked at Lu Qi incredulously. Had Lu Qi gone mad? At this time, to approach the victim and their family was blatantly asking for trouble. They might even get physically attacked. "Brother." Lu Ru tugged at Lu Qi's sleeve. "I must go." Lu Qi stated firmly, "You're coming with me." With no other choice, Lu Ru had to follow. Upon reaching the lobby, the police officer introduced them, "This is the victim, and these are the victim's family members." After saying this, the police officer introduced Lu Qi to everyone. Lu Qi had never expected that Ni Yang was the daughter of the victim. He already felt guilty towards Ni Yang, and now he was even more overwhelmed with shame. Seeing Ni Yang among the victim's family, Lu Ru was also stunned. She used to look down on Ni Yang the most, and now, unexpectedly, she had to apologize and admit her wrongs. What a twist of fate. If it were all possible, she would spend her entire life peacefully on Taiwan Island and never set foot in Beijing again. Unfortunately, the one thing the world lacks is a remedy for regret. "Auntie and I'm sorry. If it weren't for my mother, you wouldn't have been separated from Grandpa Zhang and Grandma Zhang for so many years." After he spoke, Lu Qi and Lu Ru knelt down together. A man's knees are as precious as gold. But at this moment, he could no longer care about that. He did not pray for Ni Qihua's forgiveness, he only hoped to satisfy his own conscience. Ni Tsuihua deeply resented Jiao Wendong. If not for her, she wouldn't have suffered for so many years, and she could have grown up with a silver spoon in her mouth. But Lu Qi was Lu Qi, and being a mother herself, she knew she should not take out her anger on the children. Children cannot choose their birth. It was evident that Lu Qi and Jiao Wendong were not the same kind of people. "Please get up." Ni Tsuihua extended her hand to help Lu Qi and Lu Ru up. "Good and evil will be repaid in the end. Your mother is already in prison, this matter has nothing to do with you two." "Auntie," Lu Qi's eyes reddened. He hadn't expected Ni Tsuihua to be so calm. Jiao Wendong had caused Ni Tsuihua so much suffering, and Lu Qi had even prepared himself to be beaten, yet Ni Tsuihua did not blame him at all. He was now starting to understand why Ni Yang was so outstanding, while his own sister Lu Ru was so inadequate. It was because of upbringing. Ni Yang had a mother who was both a role model and a teacher. Ni Tsuihua sighed and looked back at Elder Zhang, Grandma Zhang, Elder Shengwan, and Ni Yang. "Let's go back." Lu Qi watched the family's departing figures, his heart unable to calm down for a long time. After a while, Lu Qi turned to Lu Ru. "Let's go back too." To celebrate finally finding the person who kidnapped Ni Tsuihua, Ni Yang had prepared a large table of food upon their return. Today happened to be Saturday, and in the evening, Shengwan Shi and Shengwan Su also came back. The next day was Sunday. Early in the morning, Ni Tsuihua and Shengwan Dehui went to the orphanage. Visiting the orphanage once a week had become a habit. Around 10 in the morning, Shengguan Furong arrived at Jinghua village with Zhao Ziqing. Coincidentally, just as they arrived, Zhao Shen also came with Zhao Zijuan. Brother. The siblings, who hadn't seen each other for a while, were extremely excited. Furong, Zhao Shen greeted. Shengguan Furong smiled and nodded. Zhao Shen felt a pang of disappointment, then said, Furong, how did you come back? Why didn't you call me to pick you up? Shengguan Furong replied, It's quite convenient for me to take a bus from there, no need for the hassle. It's no trouble at all, Zhao Shen said. Furong, just say the word, no matter the distance, I wouldn't find it bothersome. No need, Shengguan Furong smiled and walked into the house. Mom, Aunt Jing. Furong is back, Grandma Jing said cheerfully. Yes, Shengguan Furong nodded. Hey, where are my brother and sister-in-law? Elder Shengguan replied, Your brother and sister-in-law went to the orphanage, they probably won't be back until the afternoon. Oh, Shengguan Furong continued, what about Uncle Jing? Is he not home either? He probably took Union to clear some land again, Grandma Jing explained, smiling. Clearing land. Shengguan Furong paused, not understanding what was meant by clearing land. Grandma Jing continued, Did you see the roadside planted with lots of honeysuckle and peony flowers when you just came? Yes, Shengguan Furong nodded. That's what your Uncle Zhang and Yunyan cleared out, Grandma Jing explained. Shengguan Furong smiled, I didn't realize Uncle Zhang had such a pastoral heart. He just loves to be busy, doing it himself would be fine, but he always has to take Yunyan with him. In the afternoon, Shengguan Furong and Zhao Shen took the children back to the Zhao family to visit Grandma Zhao. After they left, Grandma Zhang and Elder Shengguan chatted, Elder sister, do you think there's still a chance for Furong and Zhao Shen to remarry? Elder Shengguan sighed, I would like them to remarry, otherwise the children will suffer by following them, but Furong has never loosened up. So, does Zhao Shen want to remarry? Grandma Jing asked. Elder Shengguan nodded. Grandma Jing continued, as the saying goes, a prodigal son who returns is more precious than gold. As long as Zhao Shen truly repents, considering the children, remarriage is feasible. But we elders shouldn't interfere too much, Elder Shengguan, finding a confidant, quickly agreed, exactly, I have tried both soft and hard tactics, but Furong just doesn't listen. I'm leaving it be now, let her decide, children and grandchildren have their own blessings. Grandma Jing smiled, that's good, letting go sometimes makes things easier. Oh, Shengguan Su and Shengguan Shi aren't young anymore, have they found someone outside? Elder Shengguan shook her head, nothing from Shengguan Su yet, and I haven't heard anything from Shengguan Shi recently either, probably not going well. Did she date someone before? Grandma Jing asked. Elder Shengguan nodded, she dated a university classmate, but the man's family had 7 sisters. We won't talk about their family conditions, but anyone with eyes could see that his parents definitely favored sons over daughters. If Shengguan Shi could secure a son after marrying, that would be one thing, but if she had a daughter, her hard days would still be ahead. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. The ice-cold skin surprisingly belongs to Ni Yang. In 1985, the family planning policy was very strict, with many people discarding their daughters hoping to have a son instead. Who could guarantee that they would have a son on their first try? So, when Shengguan Shi and that male classmate were dating, not only did Grandma Shengguan disagree, but both Shengguan Dehui and Ni Tsuihua disagreed as well. Ni Tsuihua, deeply affected by the preference for boys over girls, did not want her daughter to experience the same pain she had. Although Shengguan Shi was not her biological daughter, she loved her no less. Upon hearing this, Mrs. Xing shook her head firmly, it's good that it ended, good that it ended. Xiaoxi is such an honest child, she couldn't have coped in that kind of family. Shengwan Zai's personality resembled that of the deceased Su Fun, gentle and slow-spoken. If she had to deal with a difficult mother-in-law, she wouldn't manage. Mrs. Xing continued, switching the topic. Xiaoxi would be more suited to a scholarly family. I think the Wu family is quite suitable. That young man over there is already 25 or 26, right? The Wu family was also well known in their circle, and Wu Chenjun was their only son. If Sheng Wanshi married into their family, she would just need to be a wealthy wife. Grandma Sheng Wan nodded, seems like it. Mrs. Zheng, ever the matchmaker and considering that Sheng Wanshi was her granddaughter, hoped for a good marriage for her old sister. If you agree, they'll speak to both children and try to arrange it. Grandma Sheng Wan brightened up at the suggestion. That would be fine. I'll ask around tonight to see if she has completely broken up with that male classmate. All right, Mrs. Zheng nodded. That night, Grandma Sheng Wan approached Sheng Wanshi. Xiaoxi, how are things with Xiaozue? Zuo Ling was the name of Sheng Wan Zai's boyfriend. Sheng Wanshi replied indifferently, we broke up. Grandma Sheng Wan beamed, really broke up? Grandma, I've already broken up with him, why do you seem so happy about it? Sheng Wanshi was a bit speechless. Grandma Sheng Wan thought to herself, how could she not be happy that she broke up with that kind of person? She even wanted to set off firecrackers to celebrate. But these thoughts were not appropriate to voice aloud. To others, it might just be seen as an experience, but to Sheng Wanshi, it was a piece of her lost youth. Grandma Sheng Wan softened her smile. Xiaoxi, your grandma mentioned introducing you to that young man from the Wu family, what do you think? Not so good, Sheng Wanshi immediately shook her head. I've grown up with Wu Chenjun since childhood, we're too familiar. If it were possible, it wouldn't have waited until now. Besides, even rabbits don't eat the grass by their burrow. Sheng Wanshi really wasn't interested in Wu Chenjun. Our family and the Wu family are well matched, and old Wu's daughter-in-law is also virtuous. If this marriage really happens, they'd treasure you. Sheng Wanshi slightly frowned. Grandma, people value love these days, all that talk about equal social ranking is such an outdated feudal idea. I don't want a marriage of matching status, I want to marry for love. A young woman in her 20s indeed dreams of romance. All right, Grandma Sheng Wan said helplessly, ultimately, it's your own life matter. We as elders can only offer suggestions, but Xiaoxi, I must tell you, love doesn't fill the stomach. Some boys are slick talkers and misleading, you must protect yourself and not be taken advantage of. Sheng Wanshi smiled, don't worry, Grandma. I understand all that you've said. The next day, as Sheng Wan Dehui had no classes, Ni Tsuehua and Sheng Wan Dehui took little Ni Yun to visit Zhou Dan's home. Day auntie and uncle are here. Four children took the gifts from Sheng Wan Dehui's hands and ran into the house. Little Ni Yun followed them. Old Zhao had gone out to set up his stall, leaving only Zhou Danny and the four children at home. Hearing the noise, Zhou Danny immediately welcomed them. Dia is here. Brother-in-law, come in and sit down. With Ni Yang's guidance, Zhou Dan's living conditions had improved significantly. Each child was dressed in new clothes. There was even a television set in the living room. Since guests had arrived, Zhou Danny took out some money for the children to go buy groceries. Little Ni Yun also wanted to go with them. Zhou Danny instructed, take Yunyun little sister with you, and make sure to watch over Yunyun little sister, got it? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. The ice clear and jade smooth skin actually belongs to Ni Yang. _2. Dishwan was 17 this year, Ershwan was 16, Sanchuan was 15, and even the youngest, Xiaoshuang, was now 9, so they could be trusted to look after little Ni Yun. Zhou Danny felt at ease. Dishwan patted his chest and said, "Mom, rest assured, I'll take good care of Yun. Go on then." Zhou Danny wanted to pat Dashwan's head, but realizing she could no longer reach it, she patted his shoulder instead. Zhou Danny gave them over 30 yuan, and the kids came back with a load of groceries, even buying a candied hawthorn for little Ni Yun. The Zhao family kids were all exceptionally well behaved. Although only little Ni Yun had a candied hawthorn, none of them made a fuss. After dinner, Ni Tsuihua and Zhou Danny chatted idly. "Danny, have you bought a house in Beijing yet?" Zhou Danny shook her head, "No. My husband and I are planning to save money to build a house back in our hometown." At that time, people didn't like the idea of buying houses outside their hometowns. They all wanted to make money and then go back to build houses and honor their ancestors. Ni Tsuhua continued, "Yang told me that there will be more and more migrant workers coming to Beijing in the future, and the housing prices will get higher and higher. Actually, you could take advantage of the current low prices to buy a few properties. The money you'd spend on building a house in your hometown would be more than enough to buy one in Beijing." "Did Yang say that?" Zhou Danny asked, "Will there really be more and more people coming to Beijing to work?" Ni Tsuhua nodded, "Yes, Yang said that Beijing is a metropolis and its development will only get better. Yang himself has bought several properties." In reality, it was not just several. Ni Yang already owned 3 courtyard houses and 6 apartment buildings. Zhou Danny didn't trust many people, but she trusted Ni Yang. If it weren't for Ni Yang's advice, her family would still be living frugally. They had already saved up over 10,000 yuan. Back in the day, they couldn't even save 70 or 80 yuan in a year. Nowadays, they were living a life they could hardly have dreamed of before. So on festive occasions, Zhou Danny always took her family to visit the Ni family. They couldn't be the type to forget favors and betray kindness. Zhou Danny nodded, "All right, when my husband comes back, I'll discuss this matter with him." Ni Tsuhua continued, "Yang also said that it's best to buy housing in the city center, and if money is tight, it's also good to buy near a subway station." The Beijing subway was planned in 1953, construction began in 1965, and the first routes were completed in 1969. Operation started in 1971. On April 23, 1973, the Beijing Subway Line 1 was extended to Apple Garden Station. On September 15, 1981, the first phase of the Beijing Subway was officially accepted, with operational lines running from Apple Garden Station to Beijing Station. Zhou Danny nodded, "Okay, I've got it." That evening when her husband came home, Zhou Danny relayed Ni Kuihua's words. Her husband took a drag of his cigarette, "So we're not going back to our hometown to build a house?" "No, we're not," Zhou Danny replied. "I've already asked Daya. She said that if we buy a house now, we can register our household here. We'll move our household registration here, and from then on, this will be our home." Finishing her thought, Zhou Danny continued, "It might be a risky move, but I think the child Yang has foresight. Listening to her won't lead us astray. Besides, my brother-in-law also said it's a feasible plan, and he's a university professor." Her husband nodded, "All right, I trust you. Shall we go look at houses tomorrow morning?" The next morning, the couple went house hunting with their 4 children. Since they had 4 children, they needed a large place, and Zhou Danny found a 5-bedroom, 2-living-room house appealing. One of the living rooms could be turned into a bedroom to serve as a guest room. A 5-bedroom, 2-living-room house, with a total of 200 square meters, was a bare shell property, costing 35,000 yuan. The couple made a down payment of 15,000 yuan and had 20,000 yuan left in mortgage. Her husband, now a street vendor, was able to earn over 200 yuan a day, so the 20,000 yuan mortgage wasn't a problem for them. After purchasing the house, the couple finally felt a sense of belonging in Beijing. From then on, they would be people of Beijing. Today the weather was nice, and Ni Yang took 7 or 8 boxes of his skin care gift sets and visited Demingxian. Seeing Ni Yang arrive, Du Jiaojiao couldn't contain her excitement. "You're finally here, gorgeous. Li Yao and I have been waiting for you for days." Nearly a month had passed, and Du Jiaojiao's skin had become much better, tender and glowing with a healthy rosy hue. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. The ice clear, jade smooth skin actually belongs to Ni Yang. _3. Ni Yang smiled and said, "I had some family matters the past few days, so I just got the chance to come over now. Sister Jiaojiao, here is the radiant ice crystal skin you wanted." Du Jiaojiao exclaimed in surprise, "Big beauty, you really know how to do it. Last time we went to buy radiant ice crystal skin, there was a line, and the limited edition sets were sold out. I'm going to call Li Yao right away." "Okay," Ni Yang nodded. Just after hanging up the phone, Li Yao arrived. Big beauty. As soon as Li Yao arrived, she gave Ni Yang a big hug. "Sister Yao Yao." Li Yao was 7 years older than Ni Yang, so Ni Yang called her sister. "Big beauty, I heard you brought the radiant ice crystal skin. As many as 8 sets. Is it true?" Li Yao asked eagerly. After visiting the radiant ice crystal skin store last time, she had finally seen how in demand radiant ice crystal skin was. When she heard over the phone that Ni Yang had brought 7 or 8 sets, Li Yao couldn't believe it. After all, each person was limited to buying only 1 set in the store, and they were out of stock. Ni Yang nodded, "Yes." "Wow! Yang, you are really amazing." Li Yao hugged Ni Yang excitedly. If it weren't for Wang Hengyang standing right there, she would have kissed Ni Yang. Ni Yang smiled and said, "Actually, radiant ice crystal skin is my own." Ni Yang originally came with the intention of promoting radiant ice crystal skin, so naturally she wouldn't hide this from them. There's a saying that having connections makes things easier. Li Yao was about to return to Shanghai, and Ni Yang wanted to expand radiant ice crystal skin into Shanghai. Having Li Yao, an acquaintance there, would make things much easier. What? Li Yao and Du Jiaojiao thought they had heard wrong. Radiant ice crystal skin was Ni Yang's own product? "Big beauty, you aren't joking with us, are you?" Li Yao asked. Ni Yang shook her head, "I'm not joking, radiant ice crystal skin is really my own." Du Jiaojiao surprisingly covered her mouth, "Big beauty, I think you should change your name." "What name?" Ni Yang didn't catch on right away. "It should be changed to Big Amazing," Du Jiaojiao said. "Do you know how good radiant ice crystal skin is? It's so many times better than those imported products. It's literally a woman's savior. Whether it's anti-wrinkle cream or whitening cream, both are amazingly effective." Ni Yang somewhat embarrassedly said, "It's not that exaggerated, just better than ordinary skincare products." The main reason was that this era had too few skincare products, and Ni Yang just happened to have medical knowledge, adding some herbal medicine beneficial to the skin and the skincare, which made radiant ice crystal skin so effective. Moreover, Ni Yang never added cheap harmful substances into skincare products because of cost concerns. Why couldn't domestic skincare brands surge in future times? It was because some people were greedy and produced toxic products like toxic masks and fluorescent creams, which gradually made people lose confidence in domestic skincare products. "Big beauty, you are too modest." By the way, Big beauty, since you are the producer of radiant ice crystal skin, does that mean I can get whatever I want? Li Yao continued. Ni Yang nodded, "Of course. Li Yao then asked, "Can I buy some rose essential oil?" Rose essential oil is especially good for women, but because the production is very low, thousands of pounds of roses can only produce a few grams of essential oil. It's very precious, even harder to get than the limited edition Radiant Ice Crystal Skin sets. You can, Ni Yang continued, but I only have 50 grams right now. She needed to keep some for her own use in baths. Li Yao nodded eagerly, that's plenty. 50 grams is a lot. Thank you so much, Big Beauty. It's great to have connections. No more worrying about not being able to buy what you want. Ni Yang smiled and said, "Why be so polite with me? By the way, Sister Yao Yao, when are you planning to go back to Shanghai?" Probably the day after tomorrow, Li Yao continued. "Let's keep in touch after I return. I might need more radiant ice crystal skin later on. By the way, Big Beauty, your radiant ice crystal skin works so well, have you thought about expanding to Shanghai? Shanghai is full of wealthy people. I guarantee radiant ice crystal skin will sell like hotcakes there. Who doesn't love a good product? Moreover, which woman doesn't love beauty? As long as the product works well, women don't hesitate to spend money on their faces." Ni Yang hadn't expected Li Yao to voice her thoughts before she could. She smiled and said, "Sister Yao Yao, I won't lie to you, I actually had the same idea, but I don't have many connections in Shanghai, so if I rashly try to expand there, if you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know your report so we can fix it as soon as possible." Ice skin and jade-like complexion actually belong to Ni Yang. _4. You can ask me for help. Li Yao said with a smile, "I was born and raised in Shanghai, there's nothing I can't get done here." Really? Ni Yang's eyes lit up. When she smiled, two shallow dimples appeared on her cheeks, and her eyes shone with starlight, as if the whole world brightened with her. Her beauty was stunning. In a fleeting moment of shock, Dee walked by outside the window and happened to catch this scene. He paused, fingers holding Buddha beads, and then walked towards the Buddha hole. Li Yao slapped her chest and said, "Of course, it's true. Gorgeous, just leave this matter to me, and I guarantee I'll take care of it perfectly." As the saying goes, one feels obligated when taking from others. I've taken so much ice jade skin care product from you, Ni Yang, it's only natural to help you handle these matters perfectly. And these tasks were really nothing to Li Yao. Then thank you so much, Sister Yao Yao. When will you have time to discuss this in detail? Ni Yang hadn't expected Li Yao to agree so quickly, she wasn't prepared for so many things. How about tomorrow? I have to leave the day after, Li Yao thought for a moment. Ni Yang nodded, "Okay, shall we meet at Noble Fragrance at 10 a.m. tomorrow?" Sure. That night when she returned home, Ni Yang devised a very detailed plan, and she didn't fall into a deep sleep until late into the night. The next morning, just after 8, Ni Yang showed up at Noble Fragrance, spoke with Gu Lanji about some matters, and by 9:50, was waiting for Li Yao in the private room upstairs. Li Yao came alone. Ni Yang handed over a detailed plan for Li Yao to look at. After a while, Li Yao looked up at Ni Yang, her expression changed. "Gorgeous, did you write this plan yourself?" Ni Yang nodded. Li Yao put down the plan and grasped Ni Yang's hand tightly. "Gorgeous, can I follow you from now on, would that be okay?" Li Yao's family was very well off, she was a carefree daughter of a wealthy family. Her fiancé Wang Hengyang also came from a good background, but Li Yao was more progressive in her thinking. She didn't want to end up as a housewife after marriage, revolving her life around children and a husband. Li Yao studied medicine, but she hated the smell of the disinfectant in hospitals. After much consideration, the best choice was to sell skincare products. Ice Jade was so effective, and with Ni Young being someone with vision and talent, she believed that one day Ice Jade would take the world by storm. Ni Young said with a smile, "Sister Yao Yao, stop teasing me, I should be the one following you." Li Yao said very seriously, "Gorgeous, I'm not joking, I'm very serious now. I've made up my mind. I want to be an agent for your Ice Jade. Can you bring me along, please?" Once she became an agent for Ice Jade, she would be the leader of the skincare industry in Shanghai. Ni Young had originally intended to use Li Yao to penetrate the market in East China, and she hadn't anticipated Li Yao's desire to be an agent, but this actually saved her a lot of trouble. "Sister Yao Yao, are you sure you've thought this through?" Li Yao nodded, "I have thought it through." Ni Young smiled and said, "Well, in that case, Sister Yao Yao, let's go sign a contract." Previously, when Emila's mother, Annie, became an agent for Ice Jade, Ni Young had drafted a contract. Now, all that needed to be done was to update the second party's name on the contract, not needing a new one. "Okay." Li Yao stood up with her, then said, "But, is it really okay to leave like this without buying anything?" "It's fine," said Ni Yang. Li Yao followed Ni Yang to Jinghua village. Recently, Emochishan had brought back a printer from abroad, so there was no need to go outside for printing the contract. It could be done right at home. While Ni Yang printed the contract, Li Yao admired the small courtyard of the Ni family. The roses on the wall swayed in the wind and greatly appealed to Li Yao's girlish heart. "Oh my God! Isn't this too beautiful?" Looking at the beautiful scenery in front of her, Li Yao even considered building a house in the countryside. "Oh my God! Isn't this too beautiful?" A sharp and strange voice echoed through the air. Li Yao looked around, frowning slightly. Who's imitating me? Who's imitating me?" The voice seemed to be right by her ear, yet there was no one to be found. Li Yao grew somewhat nervous. "Who are you? Who are you? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible." The ice-clear and jade-smooth skin actually belongs to Ni Yang. _5. This is just too weird. Li Yao gathered her hands and rubbed her arms. "Are you a human or a ghost?" Originally, Li Yao thought she would hear the same repeated words, but unexpectedly, the other party said, "A ghost." Damn it! A ghost! Li Yao was so scared that her face turned pale. Just then, Ni Yang came out of the door with a smile. Duo, stop playing ghost tricks. Come on out." Chirp. Duo flew out from the dense osmanthus tree. Yang. Li Yao said in surprise, "Gorgeous. Was it this bird talking just now?" Ni Yang nodded. "Yes, it was. It's so smart." Li Yao reached out and stroked Duo's little head. "What do you usually feed it?" Duo squinted its small eyes and nuzzled against Li Yao's palm, its demeanor even meeker than a soft, cuddly kitty by more than a little. Li Yao's girlish heart instantly melted, and she kept saying how cute Duo was. Duo was a flirtatious bird, familiar with females but with males, no one could even touch it. Of course, Emochishan and Grandpa Du were exceptions. Before long, Duo learned to follow Li Yao and started calling Ni Yang gorgeous. Yang, gorgeous. Gorgeous. Li Yao laughed and said, "Gorgeous, how much for your bird?" "I'll buy it." Upon hearing this, Duo flew faster than a rabbit, quickly landing on Ni Yang's shoulder and hiding its small head in her long hair, showing its butt to Li Yao. "Shoot!" Scared the bird to death. Seeing this, Li Yao couldn't help but laugh even more. This bird was just too funny. Ni Yang handed the contract to Li Yao. "Sister Yao Yao, see if there's anything that needs to be changed in the contract. Li Yao picked up the pen and signed, "No need to change anything, I trust your character." Although she hadn't known Ni Yang for long, Li Yao knew she wasn't that kind of person. Just look at Jiaojiao's attitude to know what kind of person Ni Yang was. Despite Jiaojiao seeming quite approachable usually, she was actually fierce. Not just anyone could become friends with Jiaojiao. None of the descendants of the Du family were weaklings. It proved that Ni Yang was indeed trustworthy. After signing the contract, Li Yao paid a part of the deposit. Once she had things arranged back in Shanghai, Ni Yang would send the ice-skin jade complexion via express delivery. "Sister Yao Yao, do you want to visit the factory?" Ni Yang asked. "Sure," Li Yao nodded. "Is the factory far from here?" Ni Yang said, "Not far, just behind here." "Just behind." Li Yao was a bit surprised. Ni Yang nodded, "Come on, it'll take you there." The factory was just behind the Ni family's small courtyard. Because the houses in front were built high, the factory was obscured, invisible from the outside. Before entering, the two of them put on sterile suits. Looking at Ni Yang, Li Yao couldn't help but exclaim, "A beauty is a beauty, even wearing such an unattractive sterile suit you still look good." Inside the factory, Li Yao found that all the machinery was very advanced and the workers were very dedicated. Everyone was wearing sterile suits, with no safety hazards at all. But the factory seemed a bit small, consisting of only a few rooms, with a little over 30 workers in total. After coming out, Li Yao brought up this issue to Ni Yang. Ni Yang said, "Actually, I've been considering expanding recently. Ice-skin jade complexion was growing increasingly popular, and the current production was barely keeping up with sales. Fortunately, some products were limited edition, otherwise, there would be nowhere near enough to meet demand. Moreover, sales of ice-skin jade complexion were also quite good in M country, and almost every so often, Ni Yang would send a large shipment over. After a while, once the Shanghai market opened up, she estimated there would definitely be more demand than supply. So it was best to make plans early." Li Yao continued, "Actually, this time you could consider building a bigger one to save the trouble of expanding later. It's too much hassle." Ni Yang nodded, "Yes, you make a good point." Li Yao took off her sterile suit. "If you're short on funds, you can tell me. Setting up a factory, buying imported equipment, hiring a factory manager and workers, and procuring skincare ingredients, all of these added up to a significant amount of money. Some imported equipment could cost thousands each." Ni Yang said with a smile, "Thank you, but I think it should be enough." After Li Yao left, Ni Yang sat in the courtyard, earnestly pondering this issue, and drafted a design plan. Since she wanted to expand the factory, the facilities had to be improved. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know and report so we can fix it as soon as possible. The ice clear and jade smooth skin actually belongs to Ni Yang. _6. For instance, a worker's canteen, dormitories, restrooms, building such a factory would require a large plot of land, and one would first need to apply for land from the village. After finalizing the design plans, Ni Yang went to find the village chief. Ni Yang did this to drive the development of Jinghua village, and naturally, the village chief was more than willing. However, he could not make this decision alone, as the factory would occupy a large area, and it was necessary to have every person in Jinghua village agree and stamp the application form. Now, Ni Yang was the pride of Jinghua village, so the process went very smoothly. There wasn't a single person who disagreed. After the villagers agreed, approval from higher authorities was still needed. Expanding the factory required many procedures, so, taking advantage of the approval period, Ni Yang went to the Bureau of Industry and Commerce to get all sorts of permits in order. She definitely didn't want to open an unauthorized, black, factory. 3 days later, the land was officially approved, located at the eastern end of the village, about a 10-minute walk from the Ni family. The area was originally wasteland, filled with weeds and trees, covering more than 3,000 square meters. Ni Yang planned to construct a 10-story factory here, with offices in the front and employee dormitories in the back. Each floor would have 3 restrooms. To build the factory, of course, one must find Wu Jinshu. After all, Wu Jinshu now owned a construction company. A factory was no small order. As for Wang Tinyu and others, they had long since stopped doing such manual labor. Now they were at home growing roses and portulaca. When Ni Yang approached Wu Jinshu, he expressed with some trepidation, Yang, I am afraid I might not do a good job. It was the first time Wu Jinshu had received such a large order since opening his business. Ni Yang said with a smile, Godfather, in the future, you might receive orders 10 or 100 times bigger than this one. What is there to be afraid of? Relax, I won't delay paying the wages. Wu Jinshu said, Yang, that's not what I mean. I'm just afraid I might not do a good job. Ni Yang trusted him so much, what if he messed things up? Ni Yang continued, Godfather, the principle is the same whether it's a small order or a large one. As long as you work attentively, there will be no problem, I believe in you. After hearing this from Ni Yang, Wu Jinshu felt much more relaxed and nodded, okay. Yang, when do you plan to start the work? Ni Yang said, Godfather, if you can arrange things on your end, how about tomorrow? Wu Jinshu nodded, no problem. After finalizing the factory's arrangements, Ni Yang began recruiting. Although the factory was not yet built, some preparations had to be made in advance, especially since the new factory was more than 10 times larger than before. More employees were needed than before. Ni Yang planned to hire 300 general workers, as well as quality inspectors, accountants, a factory manager, clerical staff, and security personnel. All these positions together required over 400 people. It was impossible to recruit all these people in Jinghua village. Almost everyone in the village already had a job. So, Ni Yang decided to recruit in the neighboring village. Ni Yang's main goal was to drive the development of the village, so she didn't want to recruit from outside. Actually, Ni Yang also had the intention of winning people's hearts. After all, the neighboring village and Jinghua village were very close. If the people from their village really wanted to sabotage, it would be quite easy. Instead of going to war, it was better to turn enemies into friends, and earn money together. When Ni Yang released this news, the neighboring village was stirred up immediately. You see, the wages Ni Yang offered were 60 yuan a month. To get a job in a state-owned factory outside, not only did you need educational qualifications, but also connections, and the key point was the salary was only half of what Ni Yang offered. People came in droves to apply. Ni Yang wouldn't reject anyone except the elderly, as general labor didn't require much skill. It took Ni Yang a full 10 days to sort out the worker situation. Only the factory manager and some clerical positions were still unresolved. But there were still more than 3 months left until the factory building was completed, so there was no rush, as the factory manager was a crucial position leading a factory and couldn't be taken lightly. Time flew by fast, and in a blink, another 10 days had passed. Today was Yan Erge's birthday, so Ni Yang and Ni Tsuhua went to the Wu family to celebrate Yan Erge's birthday. Ni Tsuhua couldn't help but increasingly feel that Wu Yenyun was like her own lost daughter. While Ni Yang was helping Yan Erju cook in the kitchen, Shengguan Dehui was playing with little Ni Yun in the first-floor courtyard. Daolong and Erlong took Xiaolong out to find friends to play with, and Wu Jinshu hadn't returned from the construction site, leaving only Wu Yenyun and Ni Tsuhua in the house. Ni Tsuhua licked her dry lips and tentatively asked, Yenyun, have you ever thought about finding your biological parents? This matter was no longer a secret in the Wu family. Wu Yenyun shook her head, no. Since they decided to abandon me, I have no need to look for them, and besides, my adoptive parents treat me so well, I don't want to do anything that would upset them. Enai felt a flicker in her brow, immensely disheartened inside, but still maintained a smile on her face. What if they come looking for you? Enai asked. Wu Yenyun said firmly, even if they come, I won't acknowledge them. From the moment they abandoned me, I ceased to be their child. People who abandon their children have no right to be parents. Wu Yenyun had never fantasized about her biological parents coming to find her, and even if they did, she definitely wouldn't give them another glance. Then, do you hate them? Asked Enai. Wu Yenyun smiled, maybe, I don't know, I've never even seen their faces, so it's hard to feel hatred, but if one day I do meet them, I think I would hate them. What kind of parents were they, to throw away their own flesh and blood? Having been abandoned since she was a baby and never even tasted her mother's milk, how could she not hate them? At the same time, Wu Yenyun also felt fortunate that she was picked up by Yen Erju. Though Yen Erju and Wu Jinshu were not her biological parents, they were more than real parents to her. Sometimes, Wu Yenyun felt she was incredibly lucky. Wu Yenyun had heard from Enai Yang about Enai Kuihua's situation and knew that Enai Tsuehua had previously abandoned 3 daughters, so she felt particularly sympathetic towards Enai Tsuehua. Seeing Enai Tsuehua like this, she comforted, Auntie Hua, you had your reasons for abandoning your children, so I believe they definitely won't hate you. Really? Enai Tsuehua looked up at Wu Yenyun. Wu Yenyun nodded, really, Auntie Hua, you and Sister Yang Yang are good people, I believe your children will understand you. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. The influence of the top national scholar. With Wu Yenyun's words, Enai Tsuehua felt somewhat better. No matter what, Wu Yenyun was still willing to forgive her. At noon, Wu Jinshu returned. Because he had just come back from the construction site, he was covered in dust, so Wu Yenyun quickly stood up to take the tools from Wu Jinshu's hands. Dad, you're back. Go take a shower, and we can start eating soon. Alright, Wu Jinshu greeted Shengguan Dehue, Enai Tsuehua, and the others, then went to the bathroom to shower. Watching the sensible Wu Yenyun, Enai Kuihua's eyes reddened slightly. Fearing that others would notice, she hurriedly took out a handkerchief to wipe her eyes. She wondered, if those 3 children hadn't been abandoned back then, what would the result be now? Soon after, Wu Jinshu finished his shower, and the food was laid out on the table. Enai Yang had taught Yen Erju quite a few cooking tips that day. Yen Erju greatly benefited and said with a smile, Yang, you're amazing. I've been cooking for most of my life and never knew that adding a bit of salt to the oil when frying fish would prevent it from sticking to the pan. There were also tips like adding a few drops of cooking oil when boiling rice to make it whiter, fluffier, and sweeter. Enai Yang said, I heard it from the chefs at the restaurant. They have rich life experiences, I wouldn't know these things. In fact, these were all experiences Enai Yang had accumulated in her past life, but now, after all, she was just a teenage girl, whose life experience couldn't possibly be so rich. Since the Wu family had many children, Enai Yang had brought a 2-tiered big cake that day. Enai Yang was a person who could create a pleasant atmosphere. She led everyone in singing the birthday song, Happy Birthday to You, Happy Birthday to You. The children's voices were especially sweet and lovely. Yen Erju, wearing a birthday hat, stood in front of the birthday cake with a face full of happiness. It all felt like a dream to her. Before blowing out the candles, Godmother, make a wish first, Enai Yang continued. Yen Erju said with a smile, then I wish that next year Xiaoyun can get into a good university just like Yang, and that our whole family stays safe and healthy. Enai Yang smiled slightly, Godmother, you have to make a wish in your heart, saying it out loud won't work. Yen Erju immediately put her hands together, right, right, it'll make it in my heart then. This was Yen Urge's first birthday of this kind, and it was also her first time eating a birthday cake, and likewise, it was the first time for Wu Jinshu and the children to have birthday cake. The cream's sweetness, the cake's softness, and the fruit's fresh aroma made the cake simply delicious. On the way back from the Wu family, Ni Tsuihua said, "Dehui, the more I look at Yen Yun, the more she reminds me of Erniu. Do you think she looks like me?" Shengguan Dehui nodded. "I think so too. The child has been well raised by the Wu family, she's very sensible." This was also the most comforting thing for Ni Tsuihua. As she spoke, Ni Tsuihua turned towards Ni Yang. "Yang, when can we expect the results from that paternity test you mentioned last time?" Ni Yang, one hand on the steering wheel, the other brushing a loose strand of hair behind her ear, replied, "It should take about a month or so." "Mom, don't worry, once the results are out, the hospital will notify us." Ni Tsuihua nodded and continued, Yang, if Yenyun really is your second sister, do you think she will forgive me?" Ni Yang thought for a moment. That's hard to say, although she had already prepared Wu Yenyun earlier, but after all, the person who was abandoned was her. Sometimes, a bystander's perspective and an experiencer's feelings are completely different. Ni Tsuihua sighed. "I wronged those 3 children." Shengguan Dehui put an arm around Ni Kuihua's shoulder. "Dia, it's not your fault." It was soon time for the new school term, and Ni Yang had previously promised Han Xiaoyu to treat her to a meal. Ni Yang cycled to the Han family to find Han Xiaoyu. When she arrived, Han Xiaoyu wasn't at home, but Han's mother, seeing Ni Yang, was especially enthusiastic. Yang, you're here to see Xiaoyu, aren't you? Come in and sit down. Xiaoyu isn't home right now, I'll go call her for you." Although Han's mother had only met Ni Yang once, she had seen her again on television. Ni Yang was the national top science scorer. Thinking that her daughter was classmates with the top science scorer made Han's mother feel honored. And Han's mother was very grateful to Ni Yang. Without Ni Yang's tutoring, Han Xiaoyu wouldn't have been able to get into a first-year university. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. The influence of the top national scholar. _2. 2 years ago, when Xiaoyu took her college entrance exam, she only got into a junior college. Actually, her usual grades weren't bad, it was just that something would go awry every time it came to taking tests. Ni Yang smiled and said, "Auntie Han, since Xiaoyu isn't at home, I'll come by again tomorrow." Come in, Xiaoyu's mom pulled Ni Yang, not letting her leave. "Xiaoyu is just at the neighbor's house not far ahead, I'll go and come back quickly, you mustn't leave, okay?" Faced with such enthusiasm from Han Xiaoyu's mom, Ni Yang found it hard to decline any further, so she simply said, "Then I'll trouble you, Auntie Han." "No trouble at all, no trouble, it's the least I can do," Xiaoyu's mom said while waving her hand hurriedly. As they stepped out of the courtyard, a neighbor asked Xiaoyu's mom if a relative had come to visit. Xiaoyu's mom smiled and said, "No, not a relative. She's Xiaoyu's desk mate, the national top scorer in science this year, the one who has been on TV before. Do you know of her?" Every parent with a child cared about the college entrance exam results. "Of course, we know. Speaking of that girl, not only are her academic grades excellent, but she's also pretty. Oh, if I were her mother, I'd be laughing even in my dreams." "Auntie Han, is the top scorer really at your house?" someone else expressed skepticism. "Really," Xiaoyu's mom continued, "I'm going to call Xiaoyu back home. In a while, you all could come over to my house, the top scorer is at my place." With that said, Xiaoyu's mom went off to look for Han Xiaoyu. When hearing that Ni Yang had come, Xiaoyu was particularly overjoyed. "Mom, Yang really came." Xiaoyu's mom said with a smile, "You child, would I joke with you?" Xiaoyu continued, "Then Yang Yang must have come to treat me to a meal." "Treat you to a meal?" Xiaoyu's mom asked, puzzled. "Yes." Xiaoyu nodded, adding, "Yang Yang scored the top score, right? She promised me before." Xiaoyu's mom took out 30 yuan from her pocket and handed it to Xiaoyu. "Xiaoyu, when it's time to eat, you should pay the bill. Yang Yang has helped you so much, you can't let her pay." When Xiaoyu saw the 30 yuan, she was delighted. "Mom, when did you become so generous?" It was known that Xiaoyu's mom's monthly salary was only 50 yuan a month. They usually only bought meat once during the entire winter holiday. It was unexpected that she would be willing to pull out 30 yuan all at once. Hearing this, Xiaoyu's mom said without words, "When has your mom ever been stingy? When you go out to eat with Yang Yang, you certainly can't choose too shabby a place. Take it. You have to spend the money where it matters. Yang Yang is a friend worth making." Xiaoyu nodded, "Okay, I understand." Just as the two of them reached the Han family's house, they saw a crowd of people waiting at the door. Xiaoyu was stunned. "Mom, why are there so many people at our door?" Xiaoyu's mom said with a smile, "They are all here to see the national top scorer." Being able to see someone who had been on TV at that time was not an easy feat, and since Yang was the national top scorer, her popularity naturally rose. Everyone wanted to see what the national top scorer actually looked like. Xiaoyu swallowed hard. She was a bit worried that Yang might be unhappy seeing so many people flock to her house. The result proved that Xiaoyu had worried too much. Not only was Yang not angry, but she was also very enthusiastic, always maintaining a smile on her face, dimples showing shallowly. "Wow, this girl is even more beautiful than on TV. Goodness. I didn't expect to see her in person today. Young lady, how is your brain wired? How did you manage to score top in the nation? Young lady, can we take a photo together?" It's said that a top scorer is the reincarnation of the Wenchang star from the heavens. "Young lady, can we take a photo together? Let us also share a bit of the Wenchang star's good fortune." "Sure," Yang nodded, "I just so happen to have brought my camera." Seeing that Yang agreed, everyone was very happy. They thought Yang would refuse such a request, but she was approachable. Yang being approachable made Xiaoyu's mom very happy. She liked Yang even more, seeing that Yang didn't let her down, made her look good in front of the neighbors. Of course, she liked Yang. Yang set the camera to automatic mode and took quite a few photos with everyone. After leaving the Han family's house, Xiaoyu said, Yang, everyone really likes you." "That's right," Yang said with a mix of pride and coquetry, "I'm so good-looking, beloved by all, flowers bloom at my sight, and birds are stunned into silence. How could people not like me? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible." The influence of the top national scholar. _3. Han Xiaoyu, come on up. Yang braced one foot on the ground, the other on the pedal, and looked back towards Han Xiaoyu as the sunlight turned her profile snow-white, refined as jade. Everything behind her became a backdrop. Even Han Xiaoyu, a girl herself, was dazzled for a moment, before saying, "Ah, Yang, you're going to take me?" "Emisham." Yang nodded. Han Xiaoyu said with a smile, "I'm quite heavy, can you really carry me?" That wasn't a joke. Xiaoyu, at 1.67 meters, weighed 120 pounds. She didn't look overweight, but her muscles were particularly firm. "I can carry you." Yang's gaze was indifferent. "Really?" Han Xiaoyu was skeptical, eyeing Yang's slim figure. Barely weighing a few dozen pounds, could she really manage it? Really? Ni Yang said with a smile, hurry up and get on then. Han Xiaoyu hesitated, then sat on the bicycle's rear seat, holding onto Ni Yang's waist, and expressed her astonishment. Wow, Yang Yang, your waist is so thin. There's not even a bit of excess fat. Typically, when people sit down, there's at least a little bit of fat around the waist, but Ni Yang's waist was utterly devoid of any. So slender it could be encircled with a hand. It made one die with envy. Ni Yang spoke with a smile, if you like it, you could have it too. I could have it too. Han Xiaoyu asked. Yep, Ni Yang nodded, then continued, a good figure is all about eating right. I'll write you a dietary plan someday. If you eat according to it, just give it 3 months and you'll have an unbeatable figure. Really? That's great. Han Xiaoyu nodded eagerly. Ni Yang pushed off with her foot, hold on tight, we should get going. The sudden movement made Han Xiaoyu quickly tighten her grip on Ni Yang's waist. They were moving fast, and Xiaoyu hadn't expected Ni Yang to actually be able to carry her. Impressive, truly impressive. No wonder she was the top student in the whole city. The sunlight was just right, the year serene. The two of them, riding along, laughed incessantly. Isn't that my junior sister? Wang Ziki suddenly spotted a very familiar figure. Duo turned to look and saw a person cycling past, leaving behind just a glimpse of a white skirt hem. Before Duo could speak, Ziki went on, my junior sister is incredible, carrying someone on her bike and still cycling so fast. Let's go, Duo said, withdrawing his gaze with a cool tone in his voice. Ziki realized he had said too much and promptly shut his mouth, following Duo's lead. Ni Yang parked the bike in front of the Gustianxiang, and Han Xiaoyu asked in surprise, Yang, why did you stop here? I'm taking you out to eat, Ni Yang answered with a smile. Out to eat? Here. Han Xiaoyu swallowed hard, Yang, this is Gustianxiang. At first, she had just jokingly suggested it but hadn't actually expected to dine at Gustianxiang. I know this is Gustianxiang. I wouldn't have come if it weren't. Come on, let's get off. We're going to eat here today, Ni Yang replied decisively. She always kept her word. Since she'd promised Han Xiaoyu to eat at Gustianxiang, of course, they had to come. Han Xiaoyu got off the bike, Yang, but I heard Gustianxiang is really expensive, and you need a membership card. With this long queue at the door, if we don't have a card, how long will we have to wait? Though Xiaoyu had never been to Gustianxiang, her cousin from her aunt's side had. Her aunt's family was much better off than hers, but her aunt didn't have a membership card. They had only been to Gustianxiang once, and though it was just that single time, they had bragged about it repeatedly, mentioning it every time they met. Ni Yang propped up the bike, no worries, I have a membership card. Really? Han Xiaoyu's mouth hung open in surprise. Really? Ni Yang took Han Xiaoyu's arm, let's head inside. The moment they stepped through the grand entrance of Gustianxiang, Xiaoyu was stunned. The dining hall was packed, yet it wasn't chaotic. Instead, it was orderly, with waiters decked in hanfu darting between the tables, the surroundings and decorations beautifully arrayed, dreamlike and enchanting. So beautiful. Han Xiaoyu couldn't help but exclaim. It wasn't until they reached a private room on the 3rd floor that Han Xiaoyu understood what a true paradise on earth was. Ni Yang ordered many dishes, all of which Han Xiaoyu had never tried before. As each dish was served, the waiter would introduce it. This one is called Flowers of Wealth and Honor, with the wish that both of you will have a bright future, full of wealth and honor. With those words, the waiter tapped gently with a small spoon. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., Please let us know your report so we can fix it as soon as possible. The influence of the national top scholar. _4. Snap. The round, eggshell-like item cracked open, and as the smoke dispersed, a strikingly lifelike peony flower emerged. Is this a real flower? Han Xiaoyu asked. No, the waiters shook their head. It is carved from cream and pudding, with a layer of mango at the very inside. You should try it. Han Xiaoyu scooped a small piece and tasted it, squinting her eyes with satisfaction. My God. This is delicious. Yang, you have to try this. Yang also took a bite. Indeed, it's good. Han Xiaoyu held a spoon in one hand and the dessert in the other. Yang, take a photo of me. I want to show it off when I get back. It wasn't easy for her to come to peony flower, so of course, she wanted to boast about it. Yang picked up the camera and snapped several photos of Han Xiaoyu, not minding the cost of the film at all. After the meal, Han Xiaoyu intended to pay the bill, but upon touching her pocket, she found only 30 yuan and thought better of it. This amount wasn't even sufficient to cover the loose change. When she graduated and started making money, she resolved to treat Yang to delicious food from all over the world. After their meal, the two left the restaurant, and Yang took Han Xiaoyu to the photo studio. Han Xiaoyu asked in surprise, Yang, you have a camera, right? Why are we going to a photo studio? I'm here to pick up some photos. Yang said, a few days ago, I left some film here for the boss to develop. The photos Yang had developed were from the recent graduation photo session at school. Oh. Han Xiaoyu nodded in understanding. The young lady is here, your photos are ready, said the kind, elderly boss in his 60s. Thank you. Yang took the envelope with the photos. How much do I owe you? The boss said, 300 photos total up to 3 yuan and 50 cents, but 3 yuan will do. Han Xiaoyu quickly pulled out 3 yuan and handed it to the boss. Here you are, boss. The boss accepted the 3 yuan with a cheerful smile. Yang said with a smile, you don't have to pay, I have money. Han Xiaoyu replied, you've already spent quite a bit at peony flower, it can't always be just you paying. Just then, the photo studio boss spoke up, young lady, I kept a negative of this photo. May I display it in the studio as a sample? It was a photo of Yang and Han Xiaoyu together. Yang smiled and said, I'm okay with it, Xiaoyu, what about you? Han Xiaoyu said, I'm fine with it too. Thank you. The boss hurriedly expressed his gratitude, and then said, young lady, I see your photos were taken at the city number 3 middle school, you look somewhat familiar, are you the national top scorer Yang from this year? This year's national top scorer was famously well known. After the interviews from the TV station, she became a household name. Previous national top scorers had always been boys, but this time a girl had achieved it. It goes without saying that Yang had fiercely won pride for girls. At that time, people didn't value girls' education much. In a class of over 50 students, almost 60, there were only 15 girls. The rest were boys. Yang had shattered the stereotype that girls are innately poor learners. As a result, more families will start sending their girls to school. It was precisely to set a good example with Yang that the TV station came over for several interviews, and she was even featured on the national news broadcast twice. Thus, many who followed the news felt a faint sense of familiarity upon seeing Yang. Before Yang could reply, Han Xiaoyu hastily nodded, yes, yes, yes. Grandpa, your eyesight is excellent. This is this year's national top scorer. From now on, your photo studio can be renamed the Top Scorer Photo Studio. Oh my! The boss was utterly thrilled. I knew this young girl looked familiar. So she really is the top scorer. Here, take your money back. From now on, you both get free photo developing whenever you come here. The boss handed the money back to Han Xiaoyu. Han Xiaoyu smiled and said, "You keep the money, boss. Who does business without charging? We can't have you losing money on our account." As Han Xiaoyu refused to take the money back, the boss reluctantly kept it while inwardly marveling at how much more understanding and mature students were nowadays. As the national quality improved, China would only continue to grow stronger. After collecting the photos, Ni Yang took Han Xiaoyu to the post office. Yang, are you really going to send all these photos to our classmates' homes?" Han Xiaoyu was somewhat surprised. She had thought Ni Yang was only speaking off the cuff. "If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible." The influence of the top national scholar. _5. Ni Yang really meant it when she said she would keep her word. Ni Yang said with a smile, "A person must be trustworthy. Having promised my classmates, I wouldn't go back on my word." There were 58 classmates in class 5, and each one of them got a photo taken with Ni Yang. Some had 2, others had 3. Apart from Han Xiaoyu and Ni Yang herself, a total of 56 were to be sent out. At that time, there were no machine-generated shipping labels, so addresses had to be written by hand. Ni Yang took out a notebook with her classmates' addresses and, with Han Xiaoyu's help, they filled out all the addresses in less than 20 minutes. Ni Yang sent them express, which meant they would reach her classmates in about 3 or 4 days. The shipping cost was a total of 26 yuan, and once again, Han Xiaoyu rushed to pay. When the classmates received these photos, they were all very surprised. None of them had expected Ni Yang to actually keep her promise. When they took the photos, none of them thought she would truly send them. It must be said that Ni Yang added quite a few vibrant strokes to their high school life. And Ni Yang easily won a great deal of goodwill. After all, these classmates would one day be pillars of the country. Demi Villa. After Li Yao left, Du Jiaojiao was bored at home. All Elder Du did was sit in the Buddha hall and chant incessantly, so much that her ears were about to develop calluses from the noise. "Stop chanting already. Yang will be starting school soon, and I'd like to visit Yang's home. Are you coming?" Du Jiaojiao leaned against the door, arms crossed. Apart from the birthday visit, it had always been Ni Yang visiting them at Demi Villa. They had not yet gone to the Ni family home. After waiting for a long while without a reply, just when Du Jiaojiao thought he wouldn't go, Elder Du put down his wooden fish and said, "Let's go." Du Jiaojiao was taken aback. "You're coming too?" Elder Du nodded. "I heard Yang has moved out. She doesn't live with the Jing family anymore. Do you know the way?" Du Jiaojiao asked. Elder Du twisted the Buddha beads. "Ziki knows the way." Wang Ziki and his parents had visited the Ni family several times. "Oh." Du Jiaojiao nodded, then asked, "There are a lot of elderly people at Yang's home and a little sister too. What do you think we should buy as gifts?" Elder Du, with a distant expression, responded, "You decide." "Okay." Du Jiaojiao ordered several nutritional supplements and toys for children to be delivered before she and Elder Du set off for the Ni family home. Before arriving at Jinghua village, Du Jiaojiao's perception of the countryside was that it was dirty and disordered. She could not have imagined that the environment in Jinghua village would be so beautiful. The scenery was picturesque. Absolutely gorgeous. Junior sister. Junior sister. Wang Ziki stood at the door knocking. "Ziki is here." The one who opened the door was old Madame Zheng. "Elder Du and Miss Du are here too, come in." Elder Du's reputation was influential within 10 miles, even nonagenarians would address him respectfully. Elder Du said modestly, In your presence, I am the junior. You can just call me Xiao Du. Du Jiao also smiled and said, Grandma, my name is Du Jiao, just call me Jiao. Old Madame Jing didn't bother with further pleasantries and led them inside. Once inside the Ni family courtyard, Du Jiao couldn't help but admire how beautiful the small courtyard was designed. Especially those 2 rose walls, they were just stunning. Old Madame Jing laughed. This yard and house were designed by Yang. Really? Du Jiao exclaimed in surprise. Old Madame Jing nodded. This child takes after her maternal grandfather. She loves to be creative and adores flowers and plants. Elder Du observed the courtyard discreetly and noticed that not only was the design appealing, but the feng shui setup was also very clever, interconnected throughout. It seemed her claims of knowing fortune-telling did indeed hold some merit. Inside, Shengguan Granny was teaching little Ni Yun an ancient poem. Upon the guest's arrival, she immediately stood up. Elder Du, Miss Du are here. You're too polite, just call me Xiao Du. Elder Du repeated what he said to old Madame Jing. Du Jiao also smiled and suggested they call her by her name. Little Ni Yun was very outgoing and immediately ran over to grab Du Jiao's skirt, saying, Hello, beautiful sister. Du Jiao generally didn't like children much, since they tended to cry, which she found annoying, but upon seeing the adorable little Yun, she was instantly full of maternal affection, mainly because being called beautiful sister was just too pleasing. You must be little Yun, right? Du Jiao picked up little Ni Yun. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. The influence of the national top scholar. _6. Little Ni Yun nodded. Yes, my name is Ni Yun, the Yun from my sister's Ni Yun. Yun is awesome. Du Jiao pinched little Ni Yun's face. Will you give your big sister a kiss? Sure. Little Ni Yun kissed Du Jiao fiercely. A while later, Du Jiao realized that Ni Yang wasn't home. Grandma, where is Yang? Is Yang not home? Madame Shengguan said, she was just here. She disappeared in the blink of an eye. As soon as she finished speaking, there was noise at the door. Granny. Grandma. I'm back. Ni Yang pushed the door open, carrying 2 big fat fish in her hands, her clear face smeared with a drop of mud, like a stroke of thick ink mistakenly entering clear water, which, far from looking awkward, added a touch of charm. She wore no shoes, her trouser legs rolled up to her calves, revealing a segment of her fair and lovely leg. Seeing the guests in the house, Ni Yang exclaimed in surprise, Big brother Du, sister Jiao, how come you're here? Du Jiao said with a smile, Why? Aren't you happy to see us? Ni Yang smiled slightly, how could that be? I couldn't be happier. Have a seat, I'll take the fish to the kitchen. I'll go with you. Du Jiao linked her arm with Ni Yang's. Okay, Ni Yang nodded her head and led Du Jiao to the kitchen. After delivering the fish to the kitchen, Ni Yang washed her feet under the garden tap, found a pair of slippers to put on, and casually washed her face. Du Jiao said, Yang, your house decoration is really nice. I heard from your grandma that you designed it yourself. Ni Yang nodded, I did design it myself. Initially, it was just for fun, I didn't expect the outcome to be this appealing. Perhaps finding the room stuffy, old Du and Wang Ziki came to sit down by the small stone table in the yard. Madame Zhang brought some pastries and tea. Old Du stood up and said, You're too polite. Madame Zhang smiled, there's no need for politeness. Just relax, old Du and Xiao Du. When Du Jiao saw the mung bean cakes on the plate, her brow twitched with worry, because old Du doesn't eat legumes. He surely wouldn't embarrass an elderly lady, would he? Just as Du Jiaojiao felt anxious, she saw old Du take a piece of mung bean cake and taste it. It tastes very good. This must be homemade, right? Madame Jing smiled. Exactly, Yang Yang just made them yesterday. They're very fresh. Seeing this, Du Jiaojiao breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, old Du didn't make the old lady feel awkward, otherwise, it would have been embarrassing. Plop. Just then, a small bird landed on old Du's shoulder. You little rascal, you've come. Are you still holding grudges? Can't you change the nickname? Old Du took out a grain of bird food from his pocket to feed Duo Duo. Duo Duo pecked at the bird food. Du Qing Feng. Du Qing Feng. My name is Du Qing Feng. Old Du Jiaojiao was stunned. How did Duo Duo know old Du's real name? After all, in the entire 10-mile port, the number of people who know old Du's real name did not exceed 10. This was really bizarre. Old Du actually told his name to a bird. If those outside found out, wouldn't they be furious? Little bastard, want more to eat. Duo Duo pecked at old Du boldly. Little Ni Yun ran over from not far away, panting, and said to old Du, Brother, your name is really strange. That's what my grandpa calls people when he curses. Old Du kept smiling, on the surface, grinning from ear to ear, inside, swearing a streak. Ha! Du Jiaojiao couldn't help but burst into laughter, holding her stomach. For the first time in her life, Du Jiaojiao saw old Du lose face. It was just too rare. Ni Yang picked up the basket, preparing to get some vegetables. Sister Jiaojiao, do you want to come with me to the village? Sure, Du Jiaojiao replied enthusiastically. The two of them went to the fields together. From afar, Du Jiaojiao smelled a strong fragrance of roses, which was very pleasant. Yang Yang, are there roses planted here? Du Jiaojiao asked. Ni Yang smiled and said, Sister Jiaojiao, turn around and look behind you. Du Jiaojiao turned around and was stunned, covering her mouth with both hands, eyes filled with shock. She saw behind her a vast expanse of fiery red. It was September, and the farmland was filled with blooming roses, stretching to the horizon, a sight so beautiful it was breathtaking. It had a monumental presence. Du Jiaojiao had seen roses before, but she had never seen such a large expanse of roses. Combined, these roses must cover several hundred yuan. So beautiful! Du Jiaojiao exclaimed in shock. Yang Yang, are these all roses? Ni Yang nodded. These roses are the raw materials for essential oils and hydrosols. Du Jiaojiao continued, Yang Yang, can we go over and take a closer look? Of course. The two of them went to the rose field. Du Jiaojiao was overjoyed, stretching out her arms and saying, it would be great if we had a camera. Ni Yang laughed and said, we have a camera at home, we can come back here to take pictures after lunch. Really? That's great. Du Jiaojiao continued, can I pick some roses to take back? A peasant woman walked by, smiling and saying, you can pick as much as you like. Ni Yang greeted her with a smile, Sister Kaitian. Sister Kaitian said, Yang Yang, is this your friend? Let her pick as much as she wants. My place doesn't have much, but we have plenty of roses. Ni Yang nodded, thank you, Sister Kaitian. Du Jiaojiao also expressed her gratitude. She could feel that Ni Yang was very popular in Jinghua village because the villagers' smiles were genuine. Du Jiaojiao picked a large bunch of roses to take back, and Ni Yang discreetly counted them, planning to settle the account later with Sister Kaitian. Coincidentally, not long after, Yan Erju and Wu Jinshu and their family of 6 also arrived. Wu Jinshu came specifically to thank Ni Yang. If it weren't for Ni Yang, he wouldn't have landed such a big project, and Ni Yang's family had been really good to his family. Seeing Mr. Du again, Wu Yanyan was startled. She didn't expect to meet Mr. Du at Ni Yang's house. She was even more surprised that Ni Yang and Mr. Du knew each other. Ni Yang took the initiative to introduce them. Godfather, godmother, Yanyan, this is my good friend, Mr. Du, and this lady here is Miss Du. This is my master's son, Wang Ziki. Mr. Du nodded at them. Du Jiao Jiao said with a smile, Uncle, Aunt, just call me Jiao Jiao. Wang Ziki followed up, Uncle, Aunt, you can just call me Ziki. After speaking, Wang Ziki added, Junior sister, I didn't expect this little comrade to be your younger sister. Because Wu Yanyan was somewhat stubborn, Wang Ziki had some impression of her. Wu Yanyan said, It's a small world, I didn't expect that you knew Sister Yang Yang. Ni Yang exclaimed in surprise, You know each other. Wu Yanyan looked at Mr. Du and succinctly said, Mr. Du has been kind to me. That 100 yuan really solved a lot of problems for the Wu family, and Wu Yanyan had already done as Mr. Du suggested, distributing that 100 yuan to those in need. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Do you want another slap? What exactly the favor was, Ni Yang didn't ask further. But she was somewhat surprised. Because in all the time she had known Grandpa Du, she never knew he had a compassionate side. Although Grandpa Du practiced Buddhism, he had a fierce and violent demon living in his heart. Ni Yang said with a smile, So, it's like that, huh? Since everyone knows each other, there's no need to be reserved. Wu Yanyan nodded. Seeing that it was almost time for dinner, Ni Yang went to cook, while Du Jiao Jiao, who had never cooked before, found the earthen stove intriguing. Rolling up her sleeves, she offered to help Ni Yang. In fact, the Ni family also had a gas stove, but Ni Yang felt that the food cooked on the gas stove wasn't as aromatic as that cooked on the earthen stove, so the Ni family always used the earthen stove. Ni Yang didn't refuse her offer, smiling and saying, Sister Jiao Jiao, then you can help me watch the fire. I've already started it, just add some wood if it looks like it's dying down. Sure thing, Du Jiao Jiao declared, patting her chest, leave it to me. Grandma Shengwan and Grandma Zheng were washing vegetables outside, everyone working well together, and soon the kitchen filled with enticing aromas. Yang, are we going to have roasted chicken for lunch? Your grandfather caught a wild chicken outside, it's still alive. Ni Tsuhua walked in, carrying a wild chicken. Ni Yang had just finished stir-frying a dish, yes, definitely. Wild roasted chicken is the most fragrant. Du Jiao Jiao asked curiously, roasted chicken? Pretty lady, do you have an oven in your house? Ni Yang replied with a smile, no oven, but we have a natural oven. A natural oven? What's that? Du Jiao Jiao asked. Ni Yang kept it a secret, you'll see in a bit. Ni Tsuhua passed the wild chicken to Ni Yang, then he'll go light the fire in the bread oven. Okay, Ni Yang took the chicken with one hand and the kitchen knife with the other, following Ni Tsuhua towards the yard. Du Jiao Jiao followed Ni Yang's footsteps. She had never seen a chicken being killed before. The bird was a male wild chicken with shiny feathers, almost as splendid as a little phoenix, extremely beautiful. Ni Yang's hand moved, and the knife fell, fresh blood dripping from the chicken's neck into a bowl of salt water. Du Jiao Jiao gave a thumbs up, pretty lady, your way of killing chickens is impressive. She had thought Ni Yang wouldn't dare to kill a chicken. After all, it was a bloody scene indeed. Ni Yang said with a smile, it's just a chicken, no big deal. Grandpa Du and Wang Ziki were playing chess at a stone table, multitasking, and when they heard her, Grandpa Du's lips curved slightly. Killing a chicken, for Ni Yang, was indeed a small matter. After all, the person dared to swallow snake gall. Wang Ziki, a bit crude, didn't really know how to play Go, and in less than 2 games, he was utterly defeated. Seeing Wu Yanyan approaching, he was like a man seeing rescue, waving at Wu Yanyan. Yanyan. Yanyan, come here a moment. Are you calling me? Wu Yanyan pointed at herself. Aha, Wang Ziki nodded. Wu Yanyan trotted over. Big brother Wang, you needed me. Wang Ziki stood up from the stone bench. Yanyan, why don't you play chess with Grandpa Du? I've lost quite a few games already. After saying this, Wang Ziki added, do you know how to play Go? A little, Wu Yanyan nodded. Then take over. Wu Yanyan nodded again, and leaned in to sit across from Grandpa Du. Wang Ziki truly didn't know how to play the game. He had made a mess of the chessboard, to the point where not even a professional player could turn it around, and Wu Yanyan's brow furrowed slightly. This game, without doubt, Wu Yanyan lost. The second game, Wu Yanyan lost again. Honestly, Wu Yanyan's skill in chess was not bad, but the person sitting across from her was Grandpa Du, who was like a war-hardened Azura, capable of killing without a trace. Before Wu Yanyan could respond, she was already sinking deep into the mire. Wu Yanyan racked her brains, but she couldn't turn the tables even once. Not everyone was Ni Yang. Not everyone had Ni Yang's skills in chess. After several games, a bored look appeared in Grandpa Du's eyes. He picked up the Buddha beads on his right and stood up. Ziki, you take over. Oh, Wang Ziki sat down again, only this time his opponent was Wu Yanyan. Wu Yanyan glanced at Grandpa Du, a flicker of unease in her eyes. Was it because Grandpa Du thought she was too dumb? But her chess skills were quite good among her peers, she had even won a school Go competition before. Distracted by her thoughts, this round she somehow let Wang Ziki, the complete amateur, win. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Do you want another slap? _2. Ni Yang and Du Jiaojiao, holding the processed pheasants, came to the front of the bread oven and began to roast the chicken. Du Jiaojiao said, Big beauty, so this is the natural oven you were talking about. Ni Yang nodded. Du Jiaojiao stroked her chin, I seem to have seen this abroad. While taking out the charcoal from the bread oven, Ni Yang stuffed the pheasant inside. This was indeed passed down from abroad. Although it's not as convenient as a modern oven, it's much more useful because it uses applewood for the fire, so the food it roasts is much tastier than what you'd get from an oven. Du Jiaojiao nodded, nonchalantly touched the charcoal with her hand, and pointed to the other side. Big beauty, what is that over there? What? Ni Yang turned to look. Du Jiaojiao swiftly smeared her hand on Ni Yang's face, leaving a black mark on that clear and handsome face, the contrast of white and black giving off a somewhat cunning appearance. Wow! Big beauty, your skin is so white and tender. Du Jiaojiao instantly turned into a drama queen. Unsuspecting, Ni Yang smiled, touching her face and spreading the black mark wider. Really? Du Jiaojiao held back laughter. Really, really. Your skin is as smooth as cream and so pretty. Ni Yang felt something odd about Du Jiaojiao but couldn't quite put her finger on it. She reached out and pinched Du Jiaojiao's face. Sister Jiaojiao, tell me, did you just play a trick on me? No. I really didn't. Du Jiaojiao earnestly denied. Do I look like the kind who would play tricks on people? From a distance, Di was watching them with a gentle smile on his face. Holding Buddha beads in his hand, he strolled over. Do you have a study room in your house? Study room? Ni Yang was momentarily stunned before replying, yes, we do. Let Duo take you there. No sooner had she finished speaking than Duo flew over from a nearby tree. Di followed Duo forward. Wu Yanyan lost interest in playing chess and ran to Ni Yang's side. Yang sis, I'm starting my senior year of high school. Can I borrow a set of review materials for the senior year? Of course. Ni Yang nodded. I'll look for them this afternoon. Wu Yenyun smiled and said, no need, I can go to the study room and find them myself. Alright, then go find them, Ni Yang continued. Anyway, I won't be using those materials anymore, take whatever you want. Oh, by the way, the senior year materials are all placed in the cabinet under the desk. Just look in the cabinet. Got it, Wu Yenyun nodded. Ni Yang's study room was set up in a well-lit room on the second floor, with a creeper plant and some succulents on the balcony, everything clean and bright. The room was simply furnished with 4 rows of bookshelves, a desk, and a chair, with only a faint scent of ink and paper in the air. A book lay upside down on the desk with a pale red cover reflecting the English letters, Humboldt's Gift. This was Humboldt's Gift, a famous book from his country. To the left of the desk, there remained an unfinished cup of coffee. Those with a keen sense of smell could still detect a faint aroma of coffee, as if through these things they could envision the study's owner leisurely sipping coffee and reading books into the quiet of the night, their nearly transparent fingertips brushing over the pages, with nothing but the soft sounds of pages turning in the air. Dee picked up Humboldt's Gift and found it was all in English, without a single Chinese character, which made him raise his eyebrows in surprise. It seemed the person was much more than what he understood. Calm and collected, Dee strolled through the bookshelves. The books on the shelves were clearly categorized, 1 row for foreign classics, 1 for domestic classics, 1 for historical and biographical works, and another for collections of dramas. The transition from classic literature to drama revealed that the study's owner had a wide range of interests. Just then, footsteps sounded outside the study room. Was this person not trusting him? Dee glanced back slightly and, unexpectedly, the person who came wasn't Ni Yang but Wu Yenyun. Mr. Du, Dee gave a slight nod, subtly withdrew his gaze, and continued to select books. Wu Yenyun didn't speak further. She went to the desk and squatted down to look for her senior year review materials. After a little while, Dee pulled out a copy of Diamond Sutra from the shelf and then walked out. As the footsteps grew distant, Wu Yenyun let out a soft sigh, sat on the floor, and stared out the window lost in thought. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know and report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Do you want another slap? _3. Actually, she wasn't here for review materials at all. She didn't even know what was wrong with herself. After seeing Du Jiaojiao again, she couldn't help but want to be near him, even if they didn't speak. Just watching him filled her heart with satisfaction. If he spoke to her, or even just nodded, she would get so excited, inexplicably happy, happier than if she'd won first place in her grade. How strange! Wu Yenyun covered her face with her hands, took a deep breath, stood up, and casually picked up a book of ancient poetry from the shelf. She flipped a page and, with a quick glance, she thought she saw this line: "The hill has wood, the wood has branches, my heart delights in you, but you do not know." Wu Yenyun slapped her own face hard. God! What was she thinking about? She couldn't go on like this. Du Jiaojiao was not someone she could even dare to think about. But the more she tried not to think about him, his face kept appearing before her eyes. With that thought, Wu Yenyun tiptoed and peered out the window into the courtyard. She saw Du Jiaojiao sitting under the osmanthus tree reading a book. He was wearing a robe, his legs crossed casually, a posture that seemed effortless yet had a fatally attractive pull. A gentleman's grace is like fine carving and polishing. Thump thump thump, Wu Yenyun clearly felt her heart beating stronger and stronger, her cheeks burning. She quickly shifted her gaze and crouched down to continue searching for review materials. Not caring whether the materials were useful or not, Wu Yenyun grabbed a stack and headed downstairs. After lunch, Du Jiaojiao hadn't forgotten about the rose field and pulled Ni Yang with her to take pictures in the rose field. Yenyun, do you want to join us? You could take photos of us. Du Jiaojiao looked at Wu Yenyun. Wu Yenyun glanced at Du Jiaojiao from the corner of her eye. I'm feeling a bit sleepy, so I won't go. You and Sister Yang Yang go ahead. Okay then. Du Jiaojiao turned to Wang Ziki. Ziki, do you want to come with us? Wang Ziki scratched his head. Sorry, second miss, I need to deliver some fertilizer to Grandpa Zhang in the eastern part of the village soon. Grandpa Zhang was now so absorbed in clearing new land that he spent at least 6 or 7 hours a day in the fields. Since coming to Jinghua village, his complexion had darkened several shades. Du Jiaojiao said worriedly, what should I do then? If no one goes, who will take photos for me? Ni Yang smiled and said, don't worry, Sister Jiaojiao, I can take them for you. Du Jiaojiao responded, but I wanted to take pictures with you too. Ni Yang continued, for joint photos, it's simple, we can set the camera to automatic shooting mode. Selfies won't look as good as photos taken by someone. Du Jiaojiao sounded slightly disappointed. I'll go with you. Du Jiaojiao put down the diamond sutra he had in his hands and walked over. Du Jiaojiao's eyes lit up, thinking she had heard wrong. Really? Du Jiaojiao nodded slightly. Great. Du Jiaojiao hooked her arm into Du Jiaojiao's. Let's go quickly then. Ni Yang followed behind them, and the three walked toward the rose field together. After a few steps, Ni Yang looked back at Wu Yenyun. The rose field ahead is really beautiful. Are you sure you don't want to see it? No, Wu Yenyun shook her head. She hadn't expected things to suddenly turn out this way. She wanted to go with them too, but she had spoken too hastily. If she changed her mind now, wouldn't it be too obvious? Wu Yenyun insisted on not going, so Ni Yang didn't press further. The trio quickly reached the rose field. Ni Yang, holding the camera, said, Big brother Du, Sister Jiaojiao, shall I take a picture of both of you together? Sure. Du Jiaojiao exclaimed excitedly, still hooked on Du Jiaojiao's arm and struck a pose. Ni Yang took quite a few shots. Du Jiaojiao, like a tireless character from a story, kept changing poses and even picked a large bunch of roses. After a while, Du Jiaojiao was finally satisfied and passed the camera to Du Jiaojiao. Now it's your turn to take a joint photo of us. Du Jiaojiao nodded slightly. Du Jiaojiao then pulled Ni Yang in for more pictures. After a while, Du Jiaojiao set the camera to automatic shooting mode and said, this sort of opportunity is rare, so let's take a joint photo of the three of us. She didn't wait for Du Jiaojiao to agree. She fixed the camera in place, pulled Ni Yang, and hurried to Du Jiaojiao's side. Hurry, I only set it for 70 seconds. With a click, the camera captured the moment forever. By the time they returned from taking photos, it was already after 1 in the afternoon. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Do you want another slap? _4. Du Yi and Zhao Zhao didn't stay long, merely greeting the Ni family elders before leaving. After they left, Wu Yenyun found Ni Yang, Yang, sister. What's up? Ni Yang glanced back slightly. Wu Yenyun hesitated. I'm just curious, what's that Mr. Du's name? How do you know him? Ni Yang didn't give it much thought. His name is Du Qingfeng, and he's a good brother of brother Mo. Oh, I see. Wu Yenyun nodded. Qingfeng. So his name was Du Qingfeng. A name quite poetic and fitting to his demeanor. Time flew by quickly, and soon it was time for Ni Yang to report to Ihua University. Mo Qishan also returned just in time for the start of the term. On the day of school, Elder Zheng indeed intended to buy a truckload of firecrackers to fulfill a promise, but Ni Yang stopped him. Buying a truckload of firecrackers would not only be a waste of money but also pollute the environment. On the first day of school, Emochishin drove Ni Yang to the campus. Since Ni Yang was the national top scholar in sciences, Ihua University had even hung a banner over the campus gate. Ihua University's acquisition of the national top scholar in sciences had left other universities green with envy. Just yesterday, officials from other universities visited Jinghua village, hoping to poach Ni Yang. To show their appreciation for Ni Yang, the university leaders personally stood at the gate to welcome her. "Hello, principal, hello, teachers," Ni Yang walked up with Emochishin. "Hello, Ni Yang," the principal extended his hand to Ni Yang and looked at Emochishin. "And this is?" Ni Yang said, "This is my boyfriend, Emochishin." Boyfriend? Ni Yang had a boyfriend. The top scholar in sciences had a boyfriend. Shock was evident in the eyes of the principal and other university leaders. In their eyes, good students should be busy studying, not falling in love. Well. As long as her academic performance is good, nothing else would be surprising. After all, this was university, and having a relationship was hardly a big deal. Emochishin was also stunned. Being acknowledged as her boyfriend felt amazing. He had even been prepared to be referred to as Ni Yang's brother. He didn't expect to be publicly acknowledged. By the time they reached the girls' dormitory building, Emochishin was still dazed. "Brother Emo, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell?" Ni Yang tugged at Emochishin's sleeve. "It's nothing," Emochishin clasped Ni Yang's hand tightly. "I'm just too happy." "Happy? Happy about what?" Ni Yang slightly raised an eyebrow. This man was so strange. Just at the beginning of the term, with students bustling around the entrance of the girls' dormitory, Emochishin, already tall and wearing a crisp suit, stood out with his sharp features and an imperial aura, intimidating yet imposing, clearly a high-ranking elite, making him far more appealing than any college boy, as girls passing by couldn't help but stare. "He's so handsome. If he were my boyfriend, I'd probably wake up laughing from my dreams. Get real, look at who's standing next to him, that's our university's national top scorer. Truly a match of equals in looks and talent." Ni Yang's room was on the third floor. Emochishin carried the suitcase on one shoulder and held Ni Yang's hand as they went upstairs. The dormitory was a standard room for 6, with beds above and space for desks and other stuff below. At that moment, there wasn't anyone else in the room. The bed by the window on the left was already taken, and there were belongings underneath, likely from a student who had arrived earlier because of the distance. Yang, which bed do you want?" "This one," Ni Yang pointed at the first bed by the window on the right. "Okay." Emochishin nodded and began to make the bed. Despite never doing housework at home, Emochishin was adept at making beds. In no time, he had finished making the bed without Ni Yang even getting a chance to help. Truly a boyfriend attentive as one could be. Ni Yang placed a vase she brought from home on the desk, then inserted fresh roses into it. After setting up the dorm, and seeing that the other 5 roommates hadn't shown up yet, Ni Yang and Emochishin headed off campus to grab a bite. The 80s also had military training. The training lasted for a month, meaning, after today, Emochishin wouldn't see Ni Yang for a month. After dinner, Emochishin and Ni Yang went to watch a movie, and it wasn't until after 6 p.m. that Ni Yang returned to the dormitory. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Do you want another slap? _5. At that time, 2 people had already arrived in the dorm. One was called Li Huilan, and the other was called Zhang Qiuying. Ni Yang took out the gifts she had prepared in advance and distributed them to the 2. Because it was their first meeting and she didn't want to burden her roommates psychologically, Ni Yang had not prepared anything too expensive. The gifts were a box of delicate pastries. Thank you, Ni Yang. Li Huilan and Zhang Qiuying smiled and thanked her. Actually, Li Huilan and Zhang Qiuying had known that a top national scholar would be coming to the dorm, but what they hadn't expected was that this scholar would be so warm-hearted. Which was not at all what they had imagined. No problem. By the way, Ni Yang, I also have something for you. Li Huilan took out a handful of red dates from her bag. These are specialty products from my hometown, and I've already cleaned them. Don't despise them. Li Huilan came from a rural area and was dressed very simply, her Mandarin tinged with a local accent. Ni Yang took the red dates with both hands, smiling. Red dates are great. Not only do they enrich the blood and improve qi, they also beautify the skin. I love eating red dates. Upon finishing speaking, Ni Yang tasted a red date. How does it taste? Li Huilan asked. Very sweet. Ni Yang nodded. Thank you, Huilan. You're welcome. Seeing the new roommate liked her gift, Li Huilan felt relieved. Li Huilan was the only college student from her village. On the day she left for Beijing, all the villagers, old and young, had come out to see her off at the edge of the village. On the way there, she was full of confidence, but after arriving in Beijing, she realized how insignificant she was, especially at Ewha University where everyone had high scores. Her score of 620 was nothing special here. Adding to that, the meeting gifts from Ni Yang and Zhang Qiuying were quite expensive, which made Li Huilan feel somewhat inferior and embarrassed about her red dates. Unexpectedly, neither Ni Yang nor Zhang Qiuying despised her. Zhang Qiuying also took out a gift and handed it to Ni Yang. Zhang Qiuying came from Yanzhou. Her family conditions were excellent, often traveling abroad, so the gift she gave was a silk scarf with Chanel letters on it. It was a famous luxury brand in the future. Ni Yang smiled and thanked her. After a while, the remaining 3 roommates also arrived. These 3 roommates were called Wang Lisha, Li Muzi, and Zhou Ling. Ni Yang passed the pastries to the 3 of them. Li Muzi and Zhou Ling happily accepted. Wang Lisha refused. Sorry, I have a toothache and can't eat sweets. You keep it for yourself. Ni Yang was never one to chase after those indifferent, and seeing Wang Lisha was somewhat difficult to get along with, she took back the pastry. Anyway, she wasn't planning to stay long in the dormitory. Regarding this issue, she had already discussed it with the principal before coming to Ewha University. She had attended college in her previous life and now also had a business to look after. Naturally, she wouldn't waste time at school. Attending examinations on time was enough, though she still had to participate in military training to avoid being criticized for seeking special treatment. Wang Lisha, these red dates are a special product from our place. Would you like to try some? Don't worry, I've cleaned them. Li Huilan offered the red dates to Wang Lisha. Wang Lisha glanced at Li Huilan. Could you please straighten your tongue and talk to me properly? After saying this, Wang Lisha also muttered under her breath, country bumpkin. Li Huilan's face turned red, her hands stiff with embarrassment while still holding the red dates. Zhang Qiuying had a hot temper and immediately retorted, Huilan, these are great red dates, money can't even buy them. Why waste them on a dog? Who are you calling a dog? Wang Lisha's face reddened in anger. Zhang Qiuying smiled, whoever bites senselessly is the dog. No manners. Wang Lisha was so angry her chest heaved. Zhang Qiuying, linking arms with Li Huilan, said, Let's go, Huilan. Let's eat our dates and not stoop to a dog's level. You. Say that again. Wang Lisha charged up to them. Zhang Qiuying was not one to shy away from conflicts. Why not say it again? Some people seem decent, but they're worse than dogs. Wang Lisha was furious. Back home, she had always been the precious daughter, pampered by her parents. At school, she was the top student, adored by teachers and students alike. She didn't expect to face such humiliation on her first day in Beijing. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Do you want another slap? _6. Wang Lisha's blood pressure shot up to 180, and she raised her hand to slap Zhang Qiuying across the face. At that moment, a fair hand gently gripped her wrist. Looking up, Wang Lisha saw the face of the national top scorer. She knew Ni Yang all too well. It was Ni Yang who had shattered her myth. Had it not been for Ni Yang, she would have been the highest female scorer in the National University entrance exam. Ni Yang's emergence let her parents and classmates realize that there were even more outstanding female students in the world than her. Let go of me. Ni Yang held Wang Lisha's wrist firmly, looking down at her with a calm yet resonant voice. Wang Lisha, this is Yihua University, not your home. You need to watch your words and actions and consider the consequences. Have you thought about the consequences of slapping her? According to the rules of Yihua University, assaulting or insulting a fellow student not only leads to a major demerit but also to severe cases, expulsion. During the 80s, unlike future decades, university rules were strict, focusing on unity and friendly relations among students. Hearing this, Wang Lisha's brow twitched. She indeed had been a bit impulsive. From the perspective of Zhang Qiuying and Li Huilan, Ni Yang looked incredibly cool in that posture. She sounded just like an elder reprimanding a disobedient younger relative. Oh, my. The national top scorer was really something. So imposing. And so, the conflict was resolved by Ni Yang. The next day marked the start of a 1-month military training. Military training in the 80s was different from later years. There weren't any camouflage uniforms back then, so everyone wore their own clothes, though they tried to keep a uniform color. The content of the military training was also different from later times, including necessary military postures, appearance, discipline, and bearing, but also training in digging trenches, bomb shelters, outdoor cooking, live ammunition firing, grenade throwing practice, and battlefield first aid, which weren't part of later military training. After a month, many students had become tanner and thinner, showing signs of exhaustion. But Ni Yang showed no changes, remaining fair as snow, elegant in demeanor, as if the grueling month hadn't left any mark on her. Zhang Qiuying exclaimed enviously, Yang, your skin is just too good. You're still not tanned at all. Ni Yang smiled and replied, maybe it's because I choose good skincare products. She never forgot to promote Ice Skin Jade Beauty wherever she went. What brand of skincare products are you using? Zhang Qiuying was straightforward and hadn't noticed what Ni Yang was using. Hearing this, Wang Lisha, who had been about to leave, suddenly slowed her steps, listening intently to Ni Yang's response. Even though she didn't like Ni Yang much, what girl doesn't want to be beautiful? After a month of military training, her face had turned as dark as charcoal, and she feared even her parents wouldn't recognize her when she returned. Noticing Wang Lisha's subtle reaction, Ni Yang continued, I use Ice Skin Jade Beauty. Their whitening moisturizer is really good. Really? Asked Zhang Qiuying. Ni Yang nodded, then added, but Ice Skin Jade Bowtie's whitening moisturizer is a limited product and usually hard to get. If you like it, I can bring some for you. Oh yes, please do, Yang. And how much is it? Zhang Qiuying eagerly nodded. Wang Lisha's lips curled into a sneer, her smile full of mockery. Hard to get. There was nothing in the world she couldn't buy. What was Ni Yang acting so grandiose about? Did she actually think she was awesome just because she was the national top scorer? Wang Lisha really despised those who, proud and arrogant from their achievements, thought the world couldn't go on without them. How hilarious. A month of military training ended, and the temperature in Beijing had dropped a lot too. Overnight, the temperature plummeted, and the streets were covered in a layer of frost. Yang had forgotten to prepare her coat, but luckily, she was tough enough to withstand the cold. Just as she walked out of the school gate, she saw Emmo leaning against the car door. Yang walked around from behind and quietly covered Emmo's eyes, deliberately changing her tone. "Guess who I am?" Emmo turned around and pulled her into his arms, wrapping her with his coat. His coat was very large and wide, carrying a burning warmth. It could wrap at least more than two Yangs. "Why are you wearing so little?" Emmo's tone was deep. "I forgot to take my coat." Yang stretched her arms around his waist, her icy hands contrasting starkly with the warmth of his body. Emmo reproached himself. "It's my fault. I should have checked more carefully." Shortly after, both of them sat inside the car. "Brother Emmo, how did you know it was me just now?" Yang's imitated voice was incredibly accurate, indiscernible to most. Emmo said seriously, "Because you are my wife. If I couldn't even recognize my own wife, would I still deserve to be your man?" TSK. Yang poked his face. "Mr. Emmo, is your face still there?" "As long as my wife is still here, that's enough." Then Emmo added, "Right, Sister Xiaoxi is bringing her boyfriend home tonight, we should head back early." Though Emmo was several years older than Shangguanxi, calling her sister came so naturally to him. Hearing this, Yang expressed her surprise. "Sister Xiaoxi has a boyfriend. When did this happen? How come I didn't know?" Shangguanxi was a person of calm temperament. She would absolutely not bring a boyfriend home until everything was finalized. Emmo slightly parted his lips, smiling. "I'm not very clear on the details." "Then you should drive faster. Maybe Sister Xiaoxi and her boyfriend are already home," Yang urged. "Just give me a kiss, and I'll speed up." Emmo hands on the steering wheel, fixed his gaze ahead, his chiseled features seeming frosted over, truly appearing noble and aloof, yet his words were so playful. Who would believe that the mysterious Mr. Mogg had such a side if they hadn't seen it themselves? Yang leaned over and kissed his cheek. Who knew Emmo would push his luck? "One kiss isn't enough, give me another." Yang indulged his small wish and kissed him again. With her soft lips pressed against his face, Emmo's vanity swelled to its peak, proud of how well he had trained his wife to be so obedient. Which man could match his skills? He was truly incredible. Emmo with a triumphant look. "Still not enough. One more." Yang, with a smile, "Do you want me to slap you instead?" Emmo's brow twitched, and he immediately sped up, showing his cowardice. "Wife, I was wrong." The car sped swiftly, and in about half an hour, they arrived at the family's courtyard. When Emmo and Yang got home, Shangguanxi and the others hadn't returned yet, but the living room was already full of people. Shangguan Furong, Shangguan Su, and Su Lian had all come. After all, it was the first time Shangguanxi was bringing a boyfriend home, and they needed to check him out. After all, this was a significant event in life. Curious, Yang asked Grandma Shangguan, "Grandma, who is Sister Xiaoxi's boyfriend? Do you know?" Grandma Shangguan shook her head. "The child just said she would bring her boyfriend home today, but she wouldn't say who." "Don't worry, Yang, I reckon they should arrive soon. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible." Astonishing results. Shangguanxi talked about having a boyfriend, and it really whet everyone's appetite. After a while, Shangguanxi finally appeared with her boyfriend in front of everyone. The young man looked spirited and was carrying both big and small packages in his hands. Nai Tsuhua stood up to take the items from him and smiled. You didn't have to bring anything. Sheng Wanshi said, I told him not to buy anything, but he insisted. By the way, Zuoling, this is my mom. Zuoling politely said, hello, auntie. Upon hearing this, Nai Kuihua's smile froze for a moment, then she quickly returned to normal, hello. Sheng Wanshi continued to introduce, this is my grandma, this is my maternal grandfather and grandmother, this is my dad, this is my aunt, this is my elder brother Sheng Wansu, this is my younger sister Yang Yang, this is my sister's boyfriend Mo Qishan, and this is my younger sister Yun Yun. Zuoling greeted everyone one by one, hello everyone, I'm Zuoling, the Zuo from left and Ling from ridge. Zuoling. When this name was clearly heard, not only did Nai Kuihua's face change slightly, but also the expressions of elder Madame Shengwan, Shengwan Dehui, and Shengwan Su. Who was Zuoling? Zuoling was the young man with 7 older sisters. But the Shengwan family members were quite dignified and, despite having opinions, did not show it. Elder Madame Shengwan took a sip of water, feeling quite uneasy. She had not expected Shengwanshi to bring Zuoling back. Hadn't they broken up already? Please, have a seat, Nai Tsuhua called Zuoling to sit down. Su Lian, unaware of the situation, was quite satisfied with Zuoling's appearance. How old are you this year, Xiaozhua? Zuoling politely said, Aunt, I'm 23 this year, and I was classmates with Xiaoxi. Su Lian nodded, I see, so you have started working as well. Zuoling replied, yes, Aunt, I have been working for over a year now. I'm currently the workshop director at Morning Light Group, earning a monthly salary of 130 yuan. Having a decent job and being in a director position was Zuoling's greatest pride. Among over 50 classmates, Zuoling currently had the highest salary and the most prestigious position. Thus, he had the capital to feel proud, and he could sense that the Shengwan family members had a very favorable impression of him. Su Lian smiled and said, very good, very good. Being only 23 years old and capable of handling the job of a workshop director was indeed commendable. Su Lian wasn't someone who cared too much about matching social status, she just wanted Shengwanshi to be happy. Shengwan Furong joined in the conversation with a smile, Xiaozhua, where are you from? I'm from Beijing, Zuoling continued, I live right in the city center on Gillett Road. My parents are getting older, and I set aside 30 yuan from my salary every month to hire a nanny for them. Shengwan Furong nodded, you are a good child with filial piety. After chit-chatting for a while, it was time to eat. In the kitchen, Mrs. Shen quietly tugged at elder Madame Shengwan's sleeve and whispered, that young man Zuoling seems quite nice. Why do you look a bit unhappy? Zuoling had thick eyebrows and large eyes, very energetic, and he was also distinctive looking, which was why he had caught Shengwan's eye. Elder Madame Shengwan sighed, glancing towards the door, do you know who this Zuoling is? Who? Mrs. Sheng was baffled. Elder Madame Shengwan continued, he's Xiaoxi's ex-boyfriend, the one with 7 older sisters. What? Mrs. Sheng looked surprised, I thought they broke up. Why did she bring him back home? Elder Madame Shengwan frowned slightly, who knows what Xiaoxi is thinking. Seeing Zuoling about to come into the kitchen to fetch dishes, Elder Madame Shengwan quickly added, we'll talk later, it's not good to let others overhear. All right, Mrs. Sheng nodded. Mo Qishan was followed into the kitchen by Zuoling's brother. Zuoling tried to pat Mo Qishan on the shoulder but withdrew halfway because there was a significant height difference between them. Mo Qishan was nearly 1.9 meters tall, and he was just a bit taller than Shengwanshi at 1.75 meters. Zuoling jogged to keep up with Mo Qishan's pace and whispered, I heard you've been dating Xiaoxi's younger sister for over a year, is that right? Yes, Mo Qishan nodded slightly, that's correct. Based on Shengwan Zai's introduction, Mo Qishan currently did not have an official job, but whenever Zhuo Ling saw Mo Qixin, he felt a wave of inexplicable inferiority and fear, constantly feeling less excellent than Mo Qixin. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Astonishing results _2. Aside from not being as good-looking as Mo Qixin, he had a higher education, better job, higher salary, and his family's conditions weren't bad either. What was there to feel inferior about? What was there to fear? Was it all just an illusion? Bro, I heard you don't have a formal job yet. How about I introduce you to work at our company? We are currently short of 2 general workers, and the salary and benefits are especially good. Although our company recruits based on academic credentials, with me around, you don't have to worry. The HR department will definitely consider my recommendation, and they'll have them arrange a more relaxed job for you. It was Zhuo Ling's first time visiting, so naturally, he wanted to establish a good relationship. In this family, only he and Mo Qixin were outsiders. Therefore, the first person he wanted to win over was Mo Qixin. Mo Qixin didn't have formal employment, and if Zhuo Ling threw him an olive branch, Mo Qixin would surely grasp it tightly. Then, in the company, he would be Mo Qixin's supervisor, and Mo Qixin would be at his beck and call. Thanks for the offer, but no need, Mo Qixin politely declined. Zhuo Ling didn't expect Mo Qixin to actually turn him down, thinking to himself that this guy really aimed high. He had no notable education, yet he looked down on being a general worker. How did such a pretty future sister-in-law fall for someone like him? He himself was in such good standing but didn't have such romantic luck. Really strange. Zhuo Ling encouraged Mo Qixin, bro, don't look at me now as the workshop supervisor. I also started from being a general worker and worked my way up step by step. As long as you're willing to put in the effort, I believe that one day you too can become a workshop supervisor or even a higher-ranking leader. Who could get fat on one breath? Mo Qixin politely smiled. Since Mo Qixin didn't continue the conversation, Zhuo Ling couldn't say much more, and the two entered the kitchen. Grandma, Granny, you've worked hard. Mo Qixin wasn't prone to jests in front of outsiders, but he was a sweet talker with his family, and with just a few words, he made both Grandma Shengguan and Granny Jing very happy. Seeing this, Zhuo Ling frowned subtly. He was somewhat displeased with Mo Qixin's behavior. Wasn't a man supposed to be manly? What was this smooth talking all about? And 6, no need for you to serve the dishes. You can go and rest with Xiaozhua, said Grandma Shengguan. Just as Zhuo Ling was about to respond, pleased with Grandma Shengguan's suggestion, he heard Mo Qixin say, "It's okay, Granny. Well, do it." So, Zhuo Ling had no choice but to join Mo Qixin in serving the dishes. Dinner was lavish. Although the Shengguans lived in the countryside, the meal was better than what his family usually had, which surprised Zhuo Ling. It seemed the Shengguan family had prepared this especially to welcome him. During the meal, Zhuo Ling occasionally offered food to Shengguan Shi. The two had been together for over 3 years, and Zhuo Ling was very familiar with Shengguan Zai's tastes. Su Lian and Shengguan Furong noticed this detail and showed satisfaction in their eyes. After dinner and a little more sitting, Shengguan Shi walked Zhuo Ling back. Just stepping out the door, Zhuo Ling noticed a small sedan parked at the doorstep and asked in surprise, "Xiaoxi, whose car is that?" Shengguan Shi nonchalantly said, "I think it's from the television station." Because Shengguan Dehui had previously instructed her, during her school days, Shengguan Shi had deliberately concealed her family background. No one knew she came from a wealthy household, not even Zhuo Ling, the television station. Zhuo Ling was puzzled. Shengguan Shi continued, "Didn't my sister top the high school exams this year? That car belongs to a journalist who came to interview her, but something broke and it can't start, so it's been parked here." In a few days, the station will send someone to tow it away. High school exam top scorer. Zuoling was even more surprised. Your sister is the top scorer for the high school exams. Yes, nodded Sheng Guanxi. Then your sister really lacks judgment, having such a boyfriend as a high school exam top scorer, Zuoling said. Didn't she become foolish from reading too much? What of being a high school exam top scorer? After all, she chose a boyfriend with neither education nor a job. That showed high school exam top scorers were nothing special after all. Sheng Guanxi replied with a serious face, "Don't talk nonsense. Yang Yang is the smartest person in our family. Moreover, if my sister chose Immortality, he must have something exceptional about him. And I also think Immortality is much more than he seems. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible." Astonishing results _3. Alright, I'll stop talking, Zuoling said with a playful smile, hugging Sheng Guanxi's shoulders. A smart boyfriend would never argue with his girlfriend, he just needed to be clear in his heart. That's more like it, Sheng Guanxi responded. Okay, you should head back now. I'll see you at work tomorrow. Zuoling hopped onto his bicycle. Then I'll be going first. Sheng Guanxi watched as Zuoling's figure disappeared into the night, then turned and walked into the house. Grandma, Grandpa, Grandma, Mom and Dad, little aunt, great aunt, what did you think of my boyfriend at first impression? Not very good, the old Mrs. Shengguan put down her chopsticks. Xiaoxi, didn't you say you broke up with Zuoling? Hearing the news of her breakup with Zuoling had been a relief for old Mrs. Shengguan, however, Sheng Guanxi brought him back in no time. We did break up before, but Zuoling kept begging me, so she and Zuoling had been together for 3 years, it wasn't something that could simply be dropped. Plus, Zuoling himself didn't have any shortcomings, and they were each other's first love. Old Mrs. Shengguan continued, I think you two should end it sooner rather than later. Mom, I think this young man Zuoling is quite good. Shengguan Furong joined in. Su Lian said, you don't like Zuoling. I also think Zuoling is quite good. Old Mrs. Shengguan sighed, actually, I'm not the kind of person who cares about families being well matched, but your great aunt, do you know what Zuoling's family situation is? Zuoling has 7 older sisters. His parents are almost as old as I am. She continued, nowadays, family planning is so strict, workers can only have 1 child. What if Xiaoxi marries into their family and the first child is a daughter? Would Zuoling's family let it go? The fact that Zuoling's mother had given birth to 8 children proved she was no gentle character. Ordinary women, who could give birth to 8? Hearing this, Su Lian's smile stiffened. Shengguan Furong's expression also changed as she turned to look at Sheng Guanxi. Xiaoxi, your grandma is right. You can't marry into such a family. It's hard to find a 2-legged frog in this world, but men with 2 legs are everywhere. With your qualifications, what kind of man can't you find? Why fixate on Zuoling? Su Lian nodded, yes, Xiaoxi, I also think your little aunt is right. Su Fen had passed away early. Raised by Su Lian because Sheng Guanxi and Sheng Guanxi couldn't find her, as an aunt, she didn't want Sheng Guanxi to marry into such a complicated family. Marriage and dating were not the same, marriage faced many more practical issues. Sheng Guanxi indignantly said, Grandma, little aunt, great aunt, you are thinking too far. We aren't even married yet, and you're already thinking about children. Moreover, the person who had 8 children isn't Zuoling. Zuoling is just the child who was born, he didn't choose his birth, and just because his parents favor boys over girls doesn't mean Zuoling is the same way. Shangguanxi was a reasonable person. She felt it wasn't fair to impose the problems of Zhuoling's parents on Zhuoling. Not only do your grandma and they disagree, your mom and I disagree as well, Shangguan Dehui timely stated. Xiaoxi, you can date Zhuoling, but you can't regard him as your marriage partner. Some people might be qualified boyfriends, but that didn't necessarily make them qualified marriage partners. Shangguan Dehui was a university professor after all. He saw things more clearly than most and was much more forward-thinking. It was the 80s, after all. Breakups and makeups were normal. Why? Shangguanxi frowned slightly. The great man once said, all dating that doesn't aim for marriage is hooliganism. Your thinking is wrong. How could one treat dating as child's play? Shangguan Dehui continued, I disagree not just because of his family issues. This young man, Zhuoling, is too impetuous, lacks stability, and his words reveal a self-satisfied tone. I think the two of you aren't suitable. For instance, just now, Su Lian only asked whether Zhuoling had started working, but Zhuoling went on to clearly state his position and monthly salary. Moreover, when Shangguan Furong asked where his family lived, he even mentioned hiring a nanny. Dad, you are too prejudiced against Zhuoling. Shangguanxi continued. I've known Zhuoling for over 3 years, I know what kind of person he is. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Astonishing results _4. Sister Xiaoxi, don't get agitated. Actually, I think Dad makes a lot of sense, Shangguan Su began. Zhuoling really isn't suitable for you. Grandpa, Grandma, what do you think? Shangguanxi looked towards Elder Zheng and Madame Zheng. Madame Zheng smiled and said, Sister Xiaoxi, your grandmother and I share the same view. When a girl gets married, she has to keep her eyes wide open. Besides, Zhuoling's parents are also getting on in years. What if you really ended up with Zhuoling? Who would look after your children? His parents even need a nanny to take care of themselves. I can hire another nanny, Shangguanxi argued. Madame Zheng smiled and said, when the child is too young to speak, would you really be comfortable leaving them in someone else's care? Moreover, what if you have a daughter and your in-laws don't like her and secretly dispose of the child? What will you do then? That won't happen. She would be their own granddaughter. It will, Ni Tsuihua stepped forward and said, you'll find all sorts of people in this world, especially people like Zhuoling's parents who favor sons over daughters. It was then that Shangguanxi realized that Ni Tsuihua had already lost 3 children. Mom is right, Ni Yang chimed in at the right moment. Sister Xiaoxi, medical research has proven that the sex of a baby is actually determined by the male side. Human sex chromosomes determine the gender, with males being XY and females XX. The cells produced by women all contain an X, while those produced by men could be X or Y. If both cells are X, then a girl is born. If the male contributes a Y, then a boy is born. At this point, Ni Yang paused, then continued, Zhuoling's family has the genes for having daughters, so there's a 90% chance that your first child would be a girl. This means you should be prepared for the 90% likelihood of your child being discarded. Ni Yang was not one to mince words, so what she said always hit hard. Shangguanxi hesitated for a moment, then said, Yang, do you believe this too? How can you be so certain that Zhuoling's parents will definitely favor boys over girls? Maybe they just like having lots of children. After all, Shangguan Zai's experience was too limited to fully understand these things. You can tell just from her having given birth to 7 girls, Ni Yang continued, Sister Xiaoxi, medically speaking, pain is classified into 12 levels. The first level is the pain from a mosquito bite, and the 12th level is the pain of a mother during childbirth. Plus, giving birth is really harmful to the body. The best state for a woman is to give birth to 1 or 2 children. Who would joke about their own health without some kind of strong belief? Ni Yang's words were so logical that they left no room for rebuttal. Sheng Guanxi fell silent for a bit, then said, I feel that Zhuo Ling is not that kind of person. I'm marrying Zhuo Ling, not his parents. Even if his parents truly favor sons over daughters, it has nothing to do with us. Once a son is married off, could the parents still be trying to meddle? Ni Yang did not rush to contradict Sheng Guanxi but said, Sister Xiaoxi, don't reveal our family situation to Zhuo Ling for now. Just observe him for a while longer and see if his character is worthy of your lifetime commitment. If he truly is worthy, I believe our family will have no objections to you. With that, Ni Yang turned her eyes to Sheng Guanxi, Sister Xiaoxi, Dad, Mom, Grandma, Grandpa, Aunt, and your brothers object to this matter purely because they want you to have a better life. Hearing this, everyone nodded in agreement. Especially Su Lian, who now looked at Ni Yang differently. Previously, when Ni Zuihua had just married Sheng Guandehui, she had worried about whether Ni Yang and Sheng Guanxi could get along well since the children were grown and had their own ideas. Now it seemed that her worries were unfounded. Although Ni Yang was a few years younger than Sheng Guanxi, her maturity was far greater. The words she spoke were persuasive. As an elder, Su Lian found nothing to fault in what she said, and moreover, Ni Yang had Sheng Guanxi's best interests at heart with every word. Yang, I didn't just meet Zhuo Ling today. I know what kind of person he is, Sheng Guanxi said firmly. Ni Yang smiled and responded, that remains to be seen. A fox's tail doesn't show itself in a day. True gold fears no fire. Sister Xiaoxi, if Zhuo Ling truly is a man worth entrusting your life to, then no matter how you observe him, you won't see any hint of a fox's tail. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know and report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Astonishing results _5. Su Lian nodded, I think Yang is absolutely right. On the other side, Zhuo Ling rode his bicycle back home. Zhuo's father, unable to wait, asked, how did it go? Did Xiaoxi's parents have a good first impression of you? Do you even need to ask? Zhuo's mother, sitting on the sofa watching TV, scoffed. Our Lingling's credentials are so outstanding, you couldn't find a better son-in-law with a lantern. Could the Shengguan family possibly look down on us? Zhuo's parents were both retired factory workers, and they had been cadres at the factory, so their retirement benefits were extremely generous, with a pension of 300 yuan each month. Plus, owning 2 apartments in Beijing, life was particularly comfortable for them. Hearing this, Zhuo's father nodded in agreement, that's true. The mother continued, how are Xiaoxi's family conditions? Are they as good as your Uncle Chen's? Zhuo Ling shook his head, Uncle Chen is a city dweller, while Xiaoxi's family is from the countryside, there's no comparison. But Xiaoxi's family seems to be quite well off. I saw that they even have big appliances like a refrigerator and a washing machine, and their house is beautifully decorated. Refrigerators and washing machines together wouldn't cost less than a few thousand yuan. Could an ordinary family afford that? Don't even think about it. From the countryside. Zhuo's mother sat up in surprise, Xiaoxi is a rural person. Due to past experiences, Zhuo's mother got goosebumps at the mention of rural people. Their family was living so comfortably, they certainly didn't want to be visited by poor relatives looking for handouts every day. Xiaoxi is from Jinghua village, Zhuo Ling nodded. But you don't have to worry, Mom. Xiaoxi's relatives dress very decently, not like poor people, so you don't have to worry about people coming to our door asking for things. Zhuo's mother sighed, this child, how did you end up choosing a country person of all people? Mom, I love Xiaoxi, I really do. I hope you can agree to our relationship, Zhuo Ling continued. Mom, I promise you, Xiaoxi's family doesn't have that kind of poor relatives, and their conditions are really quite good. You see how long it's been since we've changed the carpet in our living room. The carpet in Xiaoxi's living room is not only brand new but also woolen. Zhuo Ling's feelings for Sheng Wanshi were genuine, otherwise, they wouldn't have had an on and off relationship. Zhuo's mother tapped Zhuo Ling on the forehead. You're just too naive. You might get cheated and end up counting someone else's money for them. Of course, her family wouldn't let go of a catch like you so easily. Are you sure the place you went to tonight was even Xiaoxi's home? Perhaps Sheng Wanshi had planned it all along, and the place Zhuo Ling visited tonight wasn't her home at all. A rural person being able to afford a carpet. That's laughable. And didn't you say that Xiaoxi's mom isn't her birth mother, but a stepmother? Have you ever seen a stepmother who truly cares for her stepdaughter? If you really marry Xiaoxi, then you'll have troubles. That stepmother will steal a little today, a little tomorrow, and our family won't be able to live properly. Her son was only 23 years old and already earning over 100,000 yuan a month. You probably couldn't find a few like him in the whole of Beijing. If Sheng Wanzai's family was a bit better off, that would be one thing, but now knowing that Sheng Wanshi is just a country girl, she felt scornful, thinking that Sheng Wanshi was after their family's wealth. Of course, a country girl would be happy to marry into the city. Isn't that just like a sparrow turning into a phoenix? Not at all, Zhuo Ling shook his head. I think Xiaoxi's stepmother is quite nice, not like someone who would steal things. You've just visited them today for the first time, of course she'd put on an act. Once you're married, she will show her true colors, his mother continued. Lingling, listen to your mom, Xiaoxi is not worthy of you. I think the daughter of your Uncle Chen is quite good. Chen Liebao is Uncle Chen's only daughter. Eventually, the Chen family's fortune will be yours. Indeed, Chen Leibao's family's conditions were even better than Zhuo's. However, Chen Liebao looked like Zhu Beiji, not only with a big face and fat ears but also exceedingly rude and noisy when eating, just like a pig. Compared to Sheng Wanshi, it was night and day. Zhuo Ling was at least a workshop director and also quite handsome. How could he possibly marry someone like that? It would be an utter joke. Though Sheng Wanzai's family wasn't as well off, she was good-looking and also a university student. Plus, their relationship was a love match, he would have faced when bringing her out. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Astonishing results _6. No, I just like Xiaoxi, Zhuo Ling asserted stubbornly. Zhuo's mother sighed. You used to be such an obedient child, what has changed now? I know you don't find Liebao attractive, but haven't you heard the saying, beauty is a source of trouble? Being beautiful is not necessarily a good thing. King Zhou of Shang lost his kingdom because of Daji, Tang Xuanzong faced the Inshu rebellion because of Yang Yuhuan, and King Yu of Zhou was overthrown because of Bao Si. The words of the ancients contain profound wisdom. The saying beauty is a source of trouble is not without basis. At this point, Zhuo's mother paused and continued, actually, women are all the same when the lights go out. There's nothing more to them, nothing less. Whether one is beautiful or not is just about looks. And besides, Lingling, you are destined for great things in the future. You can't let your heart be taken by youthful love, and you certainly can't let Xiaoxi hold you back. What you're lacking is a wise and virtuous wife, not a fairy who is above the mundane world. Liebao, that child, definitely looks like she's blessed with good fortune, big head, big bottoms, surely someone who can bear sons. After you marry, you'll give me a fair and plump grandson. As she spoke, Zhuo's mother started to dream of a wonderful future. Her grandson, she gave birth to 8 children, all for the day she could hold her grandson in her arms. Zhuoling shook his head. No, no, Mom, please stop talking. Just the thought of having to sleep next to a pig in the future makes me so nauseous that I won't be able to eat breakfast tomorrow. You child, his mother chided, how can you speak like that? How has Lai Bao disgusted you? I think she's very nice. Your Uncle Chen said that if you're willing to marry Lai Bao, not only will our family not have to pay a penny for the dowry, but we'll also get 5,000 yuan as part of her dowry. Can Xiaoxi's family offer 5,000 yuan for a dowry? I bet they can't even come up with 50 yuan. That's 5,000 yuan. Where could you find such a favorable marriage offer? But Zhuoling sneered at the 5,000 yuan, knowing that one can't have the best of both worlds. Even if Chen Leibao's family offered 50,000 yuan for the dowry, there's absolutely no way I'd marry a pig. Having said this, Zhuoling turned and walked away. Zhuo's mother was so infuriated by Zhuoling that she was more convinced than ever that Sheng Wanshi was the reincarnation of the millennial-old fox spirit Su Daji. Let it be, Zhuo's father said, just don't meddle with the child's affairs. Nowadays, people value love marriages, and arranged marriages by parents are out of fashion. When Zhuo's father was at work, he held a lower position than Zhuo's mother, so she had always been in charge, which meant that at home, Zhuo's mother had the final say. Moreover, Zhuo's mother didn't have any preference for sons over daughters. The reason she had 8 children was to prove her worth. Because a life without a son was considered incomplete. A daughter married off is like water splashed out. No matter how many daughters you have, they can't compare to having a son. Zhuo's mother continued, our Lingling is too outstanding, who knows how many girls out there have their eyes on him. I calculated everything but never expected Sheng Wanshi to be from the countryside. If I had known she was from the countryside, would never have agreed to it when Lingling first brought it up. That girl is too scheming, hiding her rural background and deceiving us for so long. She should have mentioned her rural background early on. What is this, if not deceit? Our Lingling is a dragon roaming the heavens, and she is just a sparrow that aspires to transform into a phoenix. It's too unsightly. Zhuo's father turned the page of the newspaper in his hand and replied, following his wife's thoughts, I also think Lai Bao is a decent child. The Chens are still young and can at least provide support for them for over a decade. If our Lingling marries Lai Bao and they have a chubby baby boy, the good days are still ahead. Meanwhile, at the Ni family's home, Ni Zuihua and Sheng Wandehui were sitting on the bed, also talking about Sheng Wanshi. As a stepmother, there were some things Ni Zuihua felt awkward to speak out directly. She could only convey her thoughts to Sheng Wandehui. Although Xiaoxi seems to have a mild temperament and doesn't usually show much temper, she actually has a rebellious streak deep inside. You have to talk to her about Zhuoling properly, but also don't push her too hard, beware of the extreme rebound effect. Even though Sheng Wanshi wasn't born to Ni Zuihua, through the days spent together, she had come to understand Sheng Wanzai's nature very well. Sheng Wandehui nodded, I know, don't worry. Actually, Sheng Wanshi was very much like the late Su Fen. Su Fen had known that Sheng Wandehui had someone else in his heart, but she had still married him disregarding everything. Sheng Wanshi was also troubled, tossing and turning in bed, unable to sleep all night long. She couldn't figure it out. Zhuoling's qualifications were so outstanding, why couldn't her family see his worth? As a result, when Sheng Wanshi got up the next morning, 2 dark circles had formed under her eyes. Sister Xiaoxi didn't sleep well last night. Ni Yang greeted her at the dining table. Sheng Wanshi nodded. Here, take this. Ni Yang fished a pink sugar pill from her pocket. What's this? Ni Yang said with a smile, it helps relieve fatigue and lighten dark circles. Hearing about the beneficial effects of the sugar pill, Sheng Wanshi immediately took it and swallowed. Thank you, Yang, otherwise I wouldn't have been presentable today. After a while, Ni Zuihua came over with breakfast. At noon, Ni Yang received a phone call from the hospital. After hanging up, Ni Yang found Ni Tsuehua. Mom, I have something to tell you now. You need to be prepared emotionally. Is it about the paternity test? Ni Tsuehua asked. Yes. Ni Yang nodded. Mom, Yenyun is our second sister. Crash. The vase in Ni Kuihua's hand dropped to the floor, shattering, and with tears in her eyes, she said, Really, is it true? It's true. Ni Yang hugged Ni Tsuehua. Mom, we found our second sister. We found her. We found her. Ni Tsuehua cried tears of joy. Although they had found the person, Ni Tsuehua was still faced with a dilemma. Whether to acknowledge her or not. Currently, without acknowledgement, they still had a kinship with the Wu family. If they burst this bubble, what if they couldn't even remain relatives? After all, the Wu family had raised Wu Yenyun for 17 years, from a helpless little baby to a graceful young lady. No one knew how much heart and soul the Wu parents had poured into her. If they were to acknowledge her now, would the Wu parents forgive them? Would Wu Yenyun forgive them? In the evening, everyone gathered to discuss this issue. The elderly Mr. Zhang and Mrs. Zhang said, We definitely must acknowledge her. No matter what, that child is our Zhang family's blood. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Complete outbreak. Shengguan Lady and Shengguan Dehui also suggested making the recognition. After all, they were talking about her own flesh and blood, and besides, Ni Tsuehua had not intended to abandon Wu Yenyun in the first place. Yang, what do you think? Zhang Patriarch looked towards Ni Yang. Though young in age, Ni Yang was not lacking in experience, and her opinion was always sought in major family matters. Ni Yang said, Of course we need to recognize her, after all, Yenyun is also a member of our family. But this matter can't be rushed, it needs to be approached gradually. I'll first go and gauge Godfather's reaction to see what they say. Wu Yenyun may be of a gentle disposition, but that doesn't necessarily mean she could accept this. After all, there's a saying, some pains are never understood until they happen to oneself. The person who was abandoned was Wu Yenyun, and the person who was almost sold was also Wu Yenyun. That core bitterness can only truly be understood by someone who has personally experienced it. Zhang Patriarch nodded, Yang is right. Ni Yang continued, Let me handle this matter, you all wait at home for my news. With that, Ni Yang got up and walked outside. Yang, where are you going? Ni Tsuehua stood up. Ni Yang glanced back slightly, I'm heading to the construction site. I'll go with you, Ni Kuihua's eyes reddened. No need for you to go, it's not appropriate for you to appear at a time like this, Shengguan Dehui held on to Ni Kuihua's wrist. From an outsider's perspective, after all, Ni Tsuehua is the mother, and with the daughter having been abandoned, the mother bears an undeniable responsibility. Ni Yang nodded, Dad's right, I can go by myself. Ni Yang didn't go empty-handed, she took a basket of pork lard cakes and 2 bottles of milk tea along. Right as she walked out, she saw Mo Chishan riding his bicycle toward her. Where are you off to, wife? Mo Chishan stopped his bike in front of Ni Yang, propping one foot on the ground, his thin lips curved with a faint smile. The sunlight shone from behind him, brilliant and golden. Against the light, his face was somewhat obscured, and he appeared as if he had descended from the clouds. Mo brother, Ni Yang promptly brought herself to a halt. Mo Chishan parked his bike at the entrance, taking the items from Ni Yang's hands. Where to? I'll accompany you. To the construction site. It was roughly a 10-minute walk from the Ni family, and on the way, Ni Yang informed Mo Chishan about Wu Yenyun. Mo brother, we found our second sister who was abandoned. It is Wu Yenyun, right? Mo Kishin's expression was calm, his tone very certain. In fact, he had long realized, Ni Yang was clear about her affections and grudges, she wouldn't be nice to someone without a reason. After all, there are many poor people in this world, and if one were to extend a helping hand to each one, who would have so much energy? Awesome! Ni Yang extended her thumb to Mo Kishin. That's right, Mo Kishin said with false arrogance, if I weren't so impressive, would I have a beautiful wife like you? Your skin is too thick. As she spoke, Ni Yang continued, I'm going to discuss this matter with Godfather now. What do you think his reaction will be? Mo Kishin squinted his eyes, our Godfather is an honest person, and you've helped his family so much. Though he may be surprised, I think he surely won't make things difficult for you. If it weren't for Ni Yang, Wu Yenyun would now have been sold off to the Wu family, and the whole Wu family would not be able to live the life they have today. Ni Yang nodded, I think your analysis is very accurate. Before long, they arrived at the construction site. Over 1 month had passed, and the construction site had changed considerably, the brick walls were already 2 levels high. Ni Yang and Mo Kishin distributed the pork lard cakes and milk tea to everyone. In this freezing weather, biting into a soft pork lard cake followed by a sip of warm milk tea warmed the heart and stomach, a most exquisite comfort. The workers had been at the construction site for so long and had never encountered such generous homeowners. Mo Kishin knew Ni Yang had something to say to Wu Jinshu, so he took some cigarettes and went to distribute them among the workers. Ni Yang, with food in hand, found Wu Jinshu. Yang, you really don't need to be so polite, we've already had our fill at lunch. With Ni Yang being so courteous, Wu Jinshu felt somewhat embarrassed. These days the Ni family nearly sent food over every afternoon, but sometimes it was Grandmother Zhang and Patriarch Zhang and Lady Shangwan who came. Ni Yang was busy and couldn't possibly come every day. Ni Yang smiled, everyone's working hard, and the weather's so cold. Eating something is a good way to warm up. After speaking, Ni Yang added, actually, Godfather, there's something else I need to talk to you about. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Total outbreak. _2. Hearing that Ni Yang had something to say, Wu Jinshu immediately put down his teacup, as he had never treated Ni Yang like a child. Yang, go ahead. Ni Yang continued, this is about Yenyun. Yenyun? Wu Jinshu asked anxiously, Yang, is that child causing you trouble? No, Ni Yang shook her head, getting straight to the point, Godfather, actually. Yenyun is my sister. Wu Jinshu smiled and said, Yenyun is already your sister, isn't she? Realizing Wu Jinshu might have misunderstood her, Ni Yang continued, Godfather, Yenyun is my full-blooded younger sister. What? Wu Jinshu was taken aback. Full-blooded younger sister. Wu Jinshu looked at Ni Yang and couldn't speak for a long while, not knowing what to say. Ni Yang then spoke of the past, Godfather, it's like this, when Ni Tsuwa gave birth to Wu Yenyun that year, Ni Yang was only 1 year old, she didn't know what exactly happened, but when Mrs. Mu abandoned her 3 younger sisters and little Ni Yun, Ni Yang already had memories. At that time, Ni Tsuwa simply had no ability to resist. If it weren't for the fact that the first child couldn't be abandoned, she too would not have escaped Mrs. Mu's clutches. Wu Yenyun had her own hardships, and Ni Tsuehua had hers. Wu Jinshu's eyebrows were deeply furrowed as he listened to Ni Yang. Were they intending to take Wu Yenyun back? The Ni family was wealthy, their conditions were much better than his family's. If Wu Yenyun could be acknowledged by Ni Yang, she would be a young lady with a large fortune, and surely that would be better than staying with them. But Yenyun was, after all, the daughter they had raised with their own hands. He couldn't bear to let her go, he truly couldn't bear it. Yang seemed to perceive Wu Jinshu's thoughts and went on, "Godfather, rest assured, I'm not here to take Yenyun away. It wasn't easy for you and Godmother to raise Yenyun to this age. The grace of upbringing is greater than heaven. No matter what, you are Yenyun's parents." Yang wasn't the kind of person without a conscience. The Wu family had raised Wu Yenyun for so long, it would not only be illogical to take her back now, but it would also be unfair to Wu Jinshu and Yen Erju. Including Tsuehua, they had no intention of taking Wu Yenyun back. They just wanted to clarify things to Wu Yenyun and use the rest of their lives to make it up to her, so that neither of them would have regrets in their lives. Then, Wu Jinshu started, his mouth agape. If the Ni family didn't want to take Wu Yenyun back, then why had Yang told him all this? Yang continued, "Godfather, if you don't mind, let Yenyun also acknowledge my parents as godparents. From now on, our two families will be even closer relatives." After much thought, this seemed like the most appropriate solution. Upon hearing this, Wu Jinshu breathed a sigh of relief. Yang, I can't decide this alone. I need to go back and discuss this with your godmother and then see what Yenyun thinks. Yes, that's only proper, Yang nodded, standing up and dusting herself off. I'll head back first, godfather. All right, Wu Jinshu stood to see Yang off. Although Wu Jinshu wasn't well educated, he understood the ways of the world. The reason Yang hadn't gone directly to Wu Yenyun, but instead had come to him, was out of respect for him. It showed that he, as her godfather, mattered to Yang. If it had been someone without conscience, they could have just pushed him, the foster father, aside. But Yang hadn't done that. Watching Yang walk away, Mo Chishan quickly jogged over. How did it go? What did our godfather say? Yang replied, it's just like you guessed. Godfather didn't make it difficult for me, but I don't know what Yenyun will think. Mo Chishan wrapped an arm around Yang's shoulders, his thin lips parting lightly. Do your best and let fate decide. As a sister, you've done well enough, don't put too much pressure on yourself. Yang was only Wu Yenyun's sister. In other families, a sister simply couldn't do so much, especially since she wasn't the one who caused this mess, to begin with. Yang nodded, let's hurry back. My parents and grandparents are still at home waiting for the result. Sure enough, as soon as they arrived home, Tsuehua and the rest were eager to ask Yang what Wu Jinshu had said. Yang shared, Mom, Dad, Grandma, Grandpa, don't be anxious. My godfather didn't make things difficult for me. He said that we'll need to wait for Yenyun's feelings on this matter, and we'll probably know the result by tomorrow. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Total outburst. _3. Tsuehua nodded, her eyes still red. Lady Shengguan said, I see that Yenyun is quite gentle and sensible. I think she will definitely understand you, Dia, don't worry. Wu Yenyun seemed like a child with no temper, gentle and honest, not the kind who would unreasonably stick to his guns. Lady Jing agreed, I think my in-law is right. Wu Yenyun had visited the Ni family a few times, and now thinking back, Lady Jing felt that Wu Yenyun's temperament was very much like Jing Suyu's. On the other hand, Shengguan she had been preoccupied all day. Zuoling noticed her distraction and asked when they were returning to the dormitory after work, Xiaoxi, what's wrong with you today? Are you feeling unwell? Shengguan she smiled and said, it's nothing. Thinking of her family's advice, Shengguan she added, Zuoling, there's something I want to talk to you about. Go ahead. Shengguan she spotted a small restaurant on the roadside, let's go there and talk while we eat. Okay, Zuoling nodded. The small restaurant was very simple. The two of them ordered 3 dishes and 1 soup for just 8 yuan. As they ate and talked, Shang Guanxi asked, Zuoling, do you hope your future child is a boy or a girl? When Shang Guanxi suddenly asked this, Zuoling was stunned for a moment, then he smiled and said, boy or girl, I like both equally. Didn't the great man say that men and women are now equal? Hearing this, Shang Guanxi breathed a sigh of relief. She knew Zuoling wasn't biased in favor of boys. Xiaoxi, why would you suddenly ask that? Zuoling looked up at Shang Guanxi. Tell me, are you thinking about having children with me? Cough. 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 Shang Guanxi choked on her soup, tears streaming from her eyes. Xiaoxi, are you all right? Zuoling quickly stood up to pat her back. Take it easy, no one's rushing you. I was startled by you, all right. Shang Guanxi rolled her eyes at Zuoling, her face turning red. Who said I want to have children with you? Zuoling laughed. If not with me, then who else would you want to have them with? Shang Guanxi pushed him lightly, straightened her expression, and said, Zuoling, be serious. I'm talking about something important here. Who says I'm not being serious? I am very serious and solemn. Zuoling continued, Xiaoxi, we are not young anymore. I met your parents yesterday. When can we get our marriage certificate? Then we can have a bunch of kids. A bunch? Shang Guanxi widened her eyes. Zuoling, family planning is so strict now. And you still want a bunch? Zuoling slapped his forehead. Right, I forgot. I thought it was still my parents' era where you could have as many children you want. Shang Guanxi continued, I have a question for you, and you must answer me honestly. Zuoling nodded. Ask away, I guarantee no secrets at all from you, or may lightning strike me dead. Did my uncle and aunt have so many children because they preferred sons over daughters? Shang Guanxi asked. Of course not. Zuoling immediately denied. Xiaoxi, why would you think that? My parents are leaders at the factory, they are educated people, how can their consciousness be so low? Rest assured, they absolutely aren't the type who prefer sons over daughters. Whether or not his parents favored sons over daughters, Zuoling, being their son, definitely knew it clearly. As a child, while his 7 sisters ate bran and swallowed vegetables, he alone ate white rice and fine flour, having a boiled egg every morning, his sisters not even dreaming of getting a piece of the eggshell. Moreover, all 7 of his sisters were illiterate, only he graduated from university. Even now, those 7 sisters had to frequently subsidize the family, but how could he admit such a thing directly? Zuoling wasn't stupid. He and Shang Guanxi's relationship was at a critical juncture. What if this broke them up? He certainly didn't want to marry Chen Liebao, that pig. Really? Shang Guanxi pressed on, if uncle and aunt didn't prefer sons over daughters, then why did they have so many children? Zuoling laughed and said, my dad was an only child, and my mom had her and my aunt, just 2 people. Seeing other families with many children always seemed very lively, my parents especially envied that. So, my mom gave birth to my 7 sisters and me. Actually, there was another younger sister after me, but when my mom was 8 months pregnant with her, she accidentally fell. Medical skills weren't advanced at that time, so the baby didn't survive, and my mom was very heartbroken. After that, she never conceived again. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Because her birth mother, Su Fun, had died in childbirth on the operating table, Shang Guanxi harbored some fear of giving birth. Zuoling, I'll just tell you the truth. My biological mother died from complications during childbirth, and I am actually quite afraid of giving birth, Sheng Guanxi continued. And I've heard from Xiaolin in the workshop that giving birth is incredibly painful, and that during birth, the child and feces might come out together. What had Xiaolin said at that time? Xiaolin said she lost all her dignity on the operating table. Ever since having a child, Xiaolin had become a different person, treating her own mother with special kindness and filial piety, because she had experienced the agony of childbirth. A woman only understands a mother's sacrifices and greatness once she becomes a mother herself. One only understands parental grace after raising children. Zhuo Ling said with a smile, then let's not have children. By the way, Xiaoxi, what do your uncle and aunt, grandparents, and grandmother think of me after yesterday? He knew without asking that Sheng Guanzai's parents must have a very good impression of him. After all, finding a man like him in Beijing was incredibly difficult. Zhuo Ling was very aware of Sheng Guanzai's family circumstances. Sheng Guanzai's father was just a teacher. How much could a teacher earn a month? At most 20 yuan. Not even as much as their family nanny maid. And her stepmother just ran a small business, the least prestigious occupation. If it weren't for his affection for Sheng Guanxi, he wouldn't consider marrying the daughter of a small business owner. Sheng Guanzai's brother worked at a bank, probably just doing menial tasks. As for that sister, except for being the top scorer in the college entrance exam, she was utterly useless. The sister's boyfriend didn't even have a proper job. He guessed that the total income of Sheng Guanzai's entire family might not be higher than his salary alone. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1000, Total Outbreak. _5. Not only is the income low, but there's also the need to support 3 elders and a child. What money could such a family have? When encountering a golden son-in-law like him, one must definitely hold on tight. In the entire family, only he has a monthly salary over 100. Zhuo Ling felt a full sense of superiority in his heart. Sheng Guanxi didn't have the heart to deflate Zhuo Ling's pride and also wanted to leave a good impression of her family in his heart. She knew some things clearly herself and lightly said, "My parents have a particularly good impression of you, especially my aunt and my younger aunt. After you left, the 2 of them were still praising you." "Really?" Zhuo Ling asked. "Really?" Sheng Guanxi nodded. Zhuo Ling then said, "So, should we start discussing our wedding date now?" Sheng Guanzai's face flushed momentarily. This is not urgent, Xiaoxi, I'm already 23 this year. The 80s were not like later times. Back then, people advocated for early marriage and childbirth. Some college students were still studying when they had children. And there were some who attended college while having children. Someone like Sheng Guanxi was already considered an older youth. The most crucial issue was that Sheng Guanxi was somewhat traditional. Normally, Zhuo Ling couldn't even hold her hand, let alone other things. 23 is an age easily prone to impulsiveness. Sheng Guanxi continued, "You've met my parents, but I haven't met your uncle and aunt yet. I also don't know if your uncle and aunt are satisfied with me," Zhuo Ling said with a smile. "You can rest assured about that, Xiaoxi. You're beautiful and well-educated. My parents will definitely be very satisfied with you. How about this, let's set a time for you to visit my parents, and then arrange a day for the parents on both sides to meet." Sheng Guanxi nodded, "That's possible." Having resolved the issue of having children, Sheng Guanxi felt much more relaxed. On the way to the dormitory, she even hummed the popular song, "Sweet Honey." No sooner had she returned to the dormitory than Sheng Guanxi found an additional message on her pager from home. Sheng Guanxi put on her coat again and went to a public telephone booth to call back home. The person who answered the phone was Enai Tsuehua. Ni Zuihua was informing Sheng Guanxi about Wu Yanyun's situation. Although Wu Yanyun and Sheng Guanxi weren't related by blood, they were now a family, and since it was a family matter, she should inform Sheng Guanxi. It was the least form of respect. Sheng Guanxi was a sensible and good child and immediately said she would return home tomorrow. She was also very happy that Ni Zuihua was willing to tell her about this matter. Meanwhile, at the Wu family, Wu Jinshu did not tell Wu Yenyun about the situation immediately but quietly spoke to Yan Erju about it. After hearing this, Yan Erju exclaimed in surprise, "Really?" Wu Jinshu nodded. "What kind of question is that? Would I joke about such a matter?" After saying this, he continued, "It's not only our Yenyun who was abandoned as a child, but also Yang Yang's third and fourth sisters. However, we can't blame their mother for this." Yan Erju sighed after listening. "We really can't blame Yang Yang's mother for such a thing. Just look at your mother, and you'll understand. If it weren't for Yang Yang, wouldn't our Yenyun have been sold to the Wu family?" Upon mentioning this matter, Wu Jinshu bowed his head in shame. After they had moved here, Grandma Wu hadn't given up. After some inquiries, she and Wu Jinjin found this place. But on their way here, she had slipped and became a vegetable, still lying in the hospital to this date. Wu Jinjin was afraid of being responsible and hid himself away. As a son, Wu Jinshu had to take care of her, now bearing a medical expense of 20 yuan per month. Fortunately, the construction company was now making quite a bit of money each month, so this 20 yuan didn't exert too much pressure on them. Otherwise, life would really have been impossible to continue. Also fortunately, Grandma Wu's fall made her a vegetable, otherwise, who knows how much trouble she could have caused later on. She might even have taken this opportunity to fiercely extort a sum from the Ni family. Wu Jinshu knew it was wrong for a son to have such thoughts, but he couldn't help it. Whenever he thought of his mother's actions, he became very angry. Wu Jinshu then said, "When should we tell Yenyun about this matter? What do you think?" Yan Erju was unsure as well. At the same time, she was somewhat worried. After all, the Ni family's conditions were so good. What if Wu Yenyun didn't want them as his foster parents after knowing about this matter? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1001, Total Outbreak. _6. Wu Jinshu said, "What I mean is, since Yenyun will have to know about this sooner or later, we might as well tell her now. Isn't there a saying, a swift knife cuts through the mess? If Yenyun really chooses the Ni family and doesn't want us anymore, we can't stop her. After all, blood is thicker than water. No matter what choice Wu Yenyun made, Wu Jinshu would respect it." But out of selfishness, Wu Jinshu still hoped that Wu Yenyun wouldn't abandon them. "Okay," Yan Erju nodded and with a sigh said, "I'll go call Xiaoyun." Wu Yenyun now lived in a room by herself. When Yan Erju went to see her, she was revising her schoolwork. Her grades were good, but not top-notch. With Ni Yang as a shining example before her, she wanted to make a push as well, to bring honor to her parents. "Xiaoyun, are you studying?" Yan Erju gently pushed the door open. "Emichim." Wu Yenyun nodded. "Mom, is there something you needed from me?" Yan Erju smiled and said, "Xiaoyun, come with Mom for a moment, your dad and I have something to tell you." "Okay." Wu Yenyun put down her pen and followed Yan Erju to the master bedroom. "Yenyun is here, have a seat." Wu Jinshu patted the sofa. Sensing something off about her parents' expressions, Wu Yenyun asked, "Mom, Dad, what is it you want to talk to me about? You seem so serious." Wu Jinshu swallowed, carefully choosing his words in his mind. "It's not such a big deal, it's just." Yenyun, your mom and I want to talk to you about your origins. I think you should know that you are not our biological child. Upon hearing this, Wu Yanyun's eyes instantly reddened. Mom, Dad, do you not want me anymore? Ever since she knew about her origins, Wu Yanyun's mind had become sensitive. She feared that one day her parents might suddenly not want her. Hearing this, her heart leaped to her throat. No, not at all. Wu Jinshu quickly shook his head to deny it. Silly child, what are you talking about? Why would your mom and dad not want you? Your parents just want to talk to you about this matter. Yen Erju added, Xiaoyun. You were raised by me, from diapers to potty training, how could I ever not want you? Don't worry, you will always be your father and mother's daughter. Wu Yanyan wiped her tears. Then, why are you bringing up this issue all of a sudden? Something felt off about it all. Yen Erju sighed and continued, Xiaoyun, your biological mother had no choice but to abandon you, and I hope you won't hold it against them. Wu Yanyan blinked, then said, have they come looking? Yen Erju nodded. Learning that her blood relatives had found her, Wu Yanyan couldn't describe what she was feeling. Her mind went blank. They didn't want her, did they? So why were they looking for her now? What kind of desperation had led them to give up their own flesh and blood? Mom, you and Dad just ignore them. Wu Jinshu continued, Yenyun, aren't you even a little bit curious who they are? I'm not curious. Besides, there wasn't anything to be curious about. Yen Erju said, Xiaoyun, your biological mother really had her desperate reasons, and I hope you can forgive them. Wu Yenyun stayed silent. Yen Erju continued, Xiaoyun, actually, Yang Yang is your sister, and Yang Yang's mom is your biological mother. At these words, Wu Yenyun felt as if something in her mind exploded with a bang. She never dreamed that Ni Tsuehua was her birth mother. That Ni Yang was her biological sister. She remembered the first time she saw Ni Yang. That day, Ni Yang wore a beautiful and tidy cheongsam, like a young miss from a wealthy family stepping out of a novel, observably untouchable. At the time, she wondered how there could be someone so beautiful in the world. Not only was she beautiful, but she also had such good fortune. Back then, she wore patchwork clothes, looking destitute like a beggar, struggling even for 3 meals a day. The first time she met Ni Tsuehua, the scene was much the same. Ni Tsuehua lived in a glittering, grand villa, surrounded by a cluster of servants, and she was dressed worse than the servants. Now, they had come to tell her that Ni Tsuehua was her birth mother. The irony of it all was just too much. Wu Yenyun couldn't accept it. She simply couldn't. No. Mom, you're lying to me. They're not. They're not. Wu Jinshu sighed, Yenyun, your mom isn't lying to you. Yang Yang really is your sister, and Yang Yang's mom is indeed your birth mother. Yenyun, our family's situation isn't as good as theirs. If you want to go to the Ni family, your mom and I won't stop you. After all, it wasn't Yang Yang's mom's intention to lose you, no. I won't go to their house. Dad, Mom, I am forever your daughter. I don't want to leave you. Wu Yenyun hugged Yen Erju tightly, Mom, don't send me away. Even if the Ni family owned mountains of gold and silver, she wouldn't go. Her home was here forever. Tears welled up in Yen Erju's eyes. How could your dad and I send you away? We won't. Knowing that Wu Yenyun didn't want to leave, Yen Erju also breathed a sigh of relief. Wu Jinshu continued, Xiaoyun, Yang Yang has already discussed with me, why don't you just consider them as your godparents? That way, you'll have an extra set of parents who care about you. Is this what Sister Yang Yang suggested? Wu Yenyun looked at Wu Jinshu. Wu Jinshu nodded. Yes. I disagree. Wu Yenyun flatly rejected. Although she had never thought of going back to the Ni family, she hadn't expected that the Ni family never even considered taking her back. Her refusal was one thing. Whether the Ni family acknowledged it was another. Were they afraid she would come back to claim the Ni family's inheritance? Ridiculous. She had ambition, she was determined to fight for what she wanted. Did she care about the Ni family's wealth? Why not? Wu Jinshu asked. Because I will never forgive them. Not in this lifetime. Wu Yenyun declared. Now Wu Yenyun had finally realized why Ni Yang had said those words to her before. Ni Yang must have known then that she was her sister. If she knew all along, why didn't she tell her sooner? Wu Yenyun suddenly felt a ludicrous sense of being toyed with. So all of this was premeditated. Xiaoyun, don't be like that. Actually, Yang Yang's mom was also helpless. It wasn't just you who got thrown away, your third and fourth sisters were discarded too. Then why weren't Ni Yang and Ni Yun thrown away? Wu Yenyun retorted. Why was she the one discarded? As a mother, how could Ni Tsuihua not protect her own children? If she never wanted her to begin with, why give birth to her at all? Such injustice was truly unfair to her. Yen Erju continued, because Yang Yang is the eldest child. There's a saying back in our hometown that the eldest must be well raised. What about Ni Yun then? Wu Yenyun pressed on. Yen Erju choked, then said, Yun was also going to be thrown away, but fortunately, Yang Yang's mom and your biological father got divorced in time. Actually, Yang Yang's mom had it tough too. Then why couldn't they have divorced sooner? If they had divorced earlier, none of this would have happened. Wu Yenyun pressed on, anyway, I can't forgive them. Mom and Dad, let's not have any more dealings with them from now on. I don't want to see anyone from their family ever again. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1002, Super Protective. Wu Yenyun really couldn't forgive the Ni family. Whenever she thought about how she was the one discarded, she felt extremely uncomfortable, suffocated, a mix of complex emotions would come together, and she felt like she would explode. Yenyun, calm down a bit, Erju continued, back then, women had no say in anything. You know about your grandmother's issue. If it weren't for Yang Yang, you would already be stepmothering someone else's children, you know? You can't be so heartless. Wu Yenyun looked at Erju and said, if they hadn't discarded me, I wouldn't have almost ended up as someone else's stepmother. At the end of the day, this whole thing was still the Ni family's fault. All the suffering she endured was caused by the Ni family. Wu Jinshu said, Yenyun, back then, when your grandmother wanted to marry you into the Wu family, your mom and I, we couldn't protect you, just like Yang Yang's mom faced the same situation as your mom and I did back then. Equally helpless, equally desperate. As parents, Wu Jinshu and Erju really understood Ni Tsuehua. Previously, as a bystander, Wu Yenyun, upon hearing Yang Yang reminisce about the past, could also understand Ni Tsuehua. But now, Wu Yenyun wasn't a bystander, she was the one who experienced it. No one knew what she had gone through over the years. She was only 18 this year, yet life's hardships had spared none on her. In the past, just to let her parents and 3 younger brothers have a bit more to eat, she often went hungry. In the winter, because she had no cotton shoes, her toes were nearly frostbitten. In her second year of high school, she was forced to drop out due to lack of money. That same year, she nearly became someone's stepmother. Given a choice, she would rather have never experienced life on Earth. Mom, Dad, stop talking, I don't want to hear it. Wu Yenyun stood up, took a deep breath, that's it, I'm going back to my room. I will never set foot in the Ni family's house again. Wu Jinshu wanted to say more but was held back by Urju, who whispered, "She's furious right now, let her calm down first." "Okay," Wu Jinshu nodded. Before talking to Wu Yenyun about this matter, the couple had thought of many possible outcomes, but they had never expected this one. They hadn't anticipated that Wu Yenyun would get so angry, nor that she would start to hate the people of Ni family. "What should I tell Yang Yang tomorrow?" Wu Jinshu was somewhat troubled. Failing to resolve this matter, Wu Jinshu felt very guilty, especially since Yang Yang had helped their family out so much. "There's no other way but to tell the truth," Urju said. "We can't just force Yanyun's head down and make her acknowledge these relatives. Yenyun has been obedient all her life, it's just that she's struggling to accept this outcome right now. Maybe she'll come around after a few days." "This is the only option left," Wu Jinshu said helplessly. Inside the house, Wu Yenyun sat at her desk, sobbing, nearly out of breath. The air felt oppressive and suffocating. A few days earlier, when she visited the Ni family, she saw little Ni Yun being adored by the whole family, truly treated like a gem held in the palms. Little Ni Yun's food and belongings were things she had never seen in her childhood. Especially the three old folks, who spoiled little Ni Yun to the extreme, giving him whatever he wanted, even sterilizing his eating utensils with hot water. He's already nearly 3 years old and still drinking milk, and her. She didn't even have breast milk as a child, it was Urju who fed her rice water. Because of the lack of nutrition in rice water, her immune system was much weaker than her peers, making her prone to catching colds. Above, Yang Yang outshined her, becoming the national top scholar, basked in endless glory. Below, little Ni Yun lived a better life than hers. Even though they were sisters from the same mother, why did she taste all the bitterness of life while they lived so well? It was better not to think of these things, but when she did, she felt incredibly wronged, incredibly hurt. Why? Why was she the one discarded? What kind of mother doesn't raise her child? She wouldn't forgive them, never would. The next day, early in the morning, Yang Yang was already waiting at the village entrance. In the early winter morning, a thick white fog filled the air, visibility was barely 1 meter, and even Yang Yang, whose senses were extremely sharp, couldn't see through the heavy fog. After a long wait, she finally saw Wu Jinshu leading workers towards her. "Godfather." Yang Yang, Wu Jinshu's face looked rather unpleasant. Yenyun Shi, if you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know and report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1003, Super Protection of Companions _2. Seeing the look on Wu Jinshu's face, Ni Yang had already guessed the outcome of the matter. In fact, Ni Yang had been mentally prepared for this. From the perspective of a child who had been abandoned, Ni Yang could also understand Wu Yenyun. "Godfather, does Yenyun not want to forgive us?" Emichim, Wu Jinshu succinctly relayed last night's events to Ni Yang. He didn't go into details, just said that Wu Yenyun couldn't digest the fact for the time being, and was temporarily unwilling to acknowledge the relationship. "Yang Yang, I'm sorry. Don't worry, your godmother and I will try our best to persuade Yenyun. That child might just need some time to come around," Wu Jinshu said, believing that Wu Yenyun was just emotionally upset for now, since she had always been sensible from a young age. As long as she could understand this, it would be fine. Ni Yang gave a faint smile. "Godfather, you don't need to apologize. The ones who should apologize are us, we are the ones who wronged Yenyun." No matter how you put it, the one who had been abandoned was Wu Yenyun. It was normal for her to feel aggrieved and angry. After bidding farewell to Wu Jinshu, Ni Yang returned home and recounted the situation to her family. Upon hearing the news, both Mr. and Mrs. Zheng, the elders, looked disappointed and put down the things in their hands. These were gifts they had prepared for Wu Yenyun, originally planning to visit the Wu family today. They hadn't expected Wu Yenyun to refuse to recognize them. Ni Zuhua sighed deeply, guiltily saying, "It is my fault, I owe that child an apology." Ni Zuhua felt deep remorse for the child she had not even held once after birth. In the past, she was the one who was useless, the one who failed to protect her own child. She hoped to use the rest of her life to make amends. That's why she had been working so hard, so insistently, to run the spicy strip factory and to make the food business bigger. Now that she had finally found her child, Ni Zuehua did not want to easily give up. She wanted to make amends to the children with her own ability. "We will go with you," said the elderly Mr. and Mrs. Zheng. Shengguan Dehui picked up his coat. "There's no class this morning at school, I will go with you as well." Ni Yang spoke in a muted tone, trying to dissuade them. "Yenyun is angry right now, going over will not only be unhelpful but might even make things worse. Regardless, I still want to go see for myself," said Ni Zuehua, her voice already nearing hoarseness. What if Wu Yenyun accepted her apology? Ni Zuehua was determined to go, and Ni Yang had no choice but to say, "Then go, but you must prepare yourself mentally." Emichim, Ni Zuehua nodded. The elder Zhengs also took large and small packs of gifts and went with her, while Mrs. Shengguan stayed at home to take care of little Ni Yun. Around 9 o'clock, Shengguan she came home. "Why is nobody at home? Grandma, where are my parents? And how is the situation with Yenyun? When are we planning the family reunion?" That would mean Wu Yenyun would be her third sister. From now on, their family would have one more member, and Shengguan she was quite happy about it. Mrs. Shengguan shook her head. "Don't even mention it, you wouldn't think Yenyun has such a temper, but she refuses to acknowledge us." From Mrs. Shengguan's point of view, Ni Zuehua and Ni Yang had been good enough to Wu Yenyun, yet Wu Yenyun seemed to be a bit unaware of her good fortune. Not recognize. Why not? "It's not my parents' fault," Shengguan she frowned slightly. "I remember Yenyun is 17 this year, right?" "Yes, she is 2 years younger than Yang Yang," Mrs. Shengguan confirmed with a nod. Shengguan she continued, "I remember that around this time 2 years ago, Yang Yang already had opened over 10 noodle restaurants and milk tea shops. If they really are sisters, there shouldn't be such a big difference." Being true sisters, Shengguan she couldn't help but compare Wu Yenyun with Ni Yang. Others might not know about Ni Yang's situation, but Shengguan she knew everything clearly. Everything Ni Yang currently owned was earned by herself, she had never relied on anyone. This comparison made Wu Yenyun seem to pale in comparison. Mrs. Shengguan sighed. After all, she was abandoned since she was little. It's normal for her to have grievances in her heart, perhaps she'll come around after thinking it over for a few days. Let's hope so. Shengguan she shrugged her shoulders and stretched out her hand to little Ni Yun. "Come little Yun Yun, do you want a hug from your sister? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 1004, Super Protective of One's Close Ones _3. Okay. Little Ni Yun immediately reached out and hugged Shengguan Zai's neck. "Sister Xiaoxi, Yun Yun missed you so much." Little Ni Yun was at an age where she was sweet-tongued, charming everyone she saw, often bringing the family to laughter. As Shengguan she played with little Ni Yun, she asked the Mu family's old lady about Wu Yenyun. "So my parents have gone to Yanyun's home now?" Emichim, the Mu family's old lady nodded. "Yang Yang told them not to go, but your mom couldn't wait any longer. She said she wanted to go and apologize to Yenyun in person." "Did Yang Yang go as well?" Shengguan she questioned. Yang Yang didn't go. She had things to do in the city. After saying this, the Mu family's old lady continued, don't just talk about them. What about you? How are things going with Zuoling? When are you two planning to break up? The Mu family's old lady dreamed of Sheng Guanxi breaking up with Zuoling. Grandma, what nonsense are you talking about? Zuoling and I are doing great. How could we possibly break up? With such a complex family that favors sons over daughters, you'll regret it someday if you don't break up, the Mu family's old lady declared. Hearing this, Sheng Guanxi smiled. Don't worry, Grandma. I have already figured out Zuoling's family situation. The reason Zuoling has 7 sisters is not because of preferring sons over daughters, it's because his parents like a bustling household, which led them to have several children. Besides, after Zuoling, his mother was pregnant again. Sheng Guanxi truly trusted Zuoling, so she took his words as the absolute truth. How can you be sure Zuoling isn't deceiving you? The Mu family's old lady looked at Sheng Guanxi. Only Sheng Guanxi would believe such tall tales. How many women in this world would give birth to 8 children just because they like a bustling household? Sheng Guanxi firmly said, no. Zuoling would never deceive me. The Mu family's old lady sighed again. Xiaoxi, you are too naive. Don't worry, Grandma. I promise you that Zuoling is not that kind of person. Moreover, Zuoling has assured me that if we really stay together, it doesn't matter whether it's a boy or a girl, we only want one child. Zuoling is also very open-minded and can even accept not having children. As she finished speaking, Sheng Guanxi turned to little Ni Yun, don't you think Sister Xiaoxi is right? Yes, yes. Little Ni Yun nodded vigorously in agreement. You little girl, what do you know? The Mu family's old lady said with a chuckle as she poked little Ni Yun on the forehead. Little Ni Yun earnestly replied, I know. I understand very well. The Mu family's old lady turned serious. Xiaoxi, if you don't trust me, you should at least trust Yang Yang's judgment. Even Yang Yang thinks that Zuoling is unreliable. Sheng Guanxi nodded. I know, Grandma. Chapter 1005, Super Protective _4. What does abuse of the elderly amount to compared to abandoning a child? Yan Erju sighed. Xiao Yun, stop being so stubborn. If Yang Yang's mom really wanted to abandon you, she wouldn't come looking for you now. There's no mother in this world who doesn't love her child. Seeing Wu Yenyun like this made Yan Erju very anxious, and Ai Yang's family had been so good to them, and she didn't want Wu Yenyun to hurt Ai Kuihua's feelings. They say spilled water cannot be regained, and indeed, hearts are the hardest to mend. Some things, once lost, can never be retrieved. On the other hand, Yan Erju also didn't want Wu Yenyun to do something she would regret. Love? Wu Yenyun retorted. How can she throw me away if she loves her child? Isn't it said that a mother should be strong? I think she doesn't deserve to be a mother. Yan Erju continued. Xiao Yun, calm down. Sit down peacefully and talk it out with Yang Yang's mom and listen to what they have to say. Can't you be a bit more flexible? Even if just for mom's sake. Mom did, after all, raise you for 18 years. Are you not even willing to listen to her now? Upon hearing this, Wu Yanyan's expression changed. She didn't want Yan Erju to worry about her anymore. I understand, Mom. Seeing this, Yan Erju breathed a sigh of relief. Then come with me to the living room now. Have they arrived? Wu Yenyun asked. Yes, Yan Erju nodded. Yang Yang's dad, Yang Yang's mom, and your grandparents are all here. Xiao Yun, be good, and don't say those hurtful things anymore. Wu Yenyun didn't respond and turned to walk to the living room. Yan Erju followed Wu Yanyan's steps. When Wu Yanyan emerged, Ai Kuihua's face tensed up. She didn't know what to say. Should she call her child, or should she just call her by her name, Wu Yenyun? The table was piled with many gifts that Enai Hua and others had brought. Wu Yanyan walked up to the table. With a sweep, she stretched out her hand and swept everything on the table onto the floor, pointing outside and yelling, "Leave! Get out of here fast! We don't welcome you people in our home." No one expected Wu Yanyan to react like this, including Yan Erju, who thought Wu Yanyan had calmed down. "Xiaoyun! What are you doing?" Yan Erju hurried over and scolded loudly, "What you are doing is very rude, don't you know?" After speaking, Yan Erju immediately apologized to Enai Hua. "I'm sorry, Tingting." Xiaoyun didn't mean to. Before Enai Hua could respond, Wu Yanyan picked a gift box from the floor and threw it at Enai Hua. "It was intentional. I did it on purpose. Leave. Take these things and get out of my house." Shengguan Dehui frowned slightly, wanting to reprimand Wu Yanyan, but considering Enai Hua's position, he suppressed his anger. If he had any blood relation with Wu Yanyan today, he wouldn't stand idly by. Enai Hua was stunned, tears streaming down. "Child, I'm sorry. It's my fault, I know you hate me. But I really didn't do it on purpose, I didn't mean to abandon you. It's just that I was too incapable. Leave. Get out now." More things were hurled at Enai Hua and the Elder Jing. A gift box corner hit Elder Jing's forehead, instantly swelling up. "What on earth is wrong with you?" Yan Erju stepped forward and slapped Wu Yanyan. "They are your elders. You shouldn't act this way, it's offensive. They weren't afraid of divine retribution when they abandoned me, why should I be?" Wu Yanyan, covering her left cheek and hysterical, yelled, "Leave. Leave. Mom, Dad, Dia, let's go." Shengguan Dehui positioned himself in front of Enai Hua and her family, guiding them outside. Under these circumstances, Enai Hua and others had no choice but to leave temporarily. Yan Erju sighed, her face filled with guilt as she escorted them to the door. "Uncle, Aunt, Sister Tingting, brother-in-law, please don't take today's events to heart. Xiaoyun was just too impulsive. Don't worry, I will certainly teach her a lesson later." Enai Hua wiped her tears and grasped Yan Erju's hand. "Sister Erju, it's my fault, she's right to hate me, don't blame her. Such is the compassion of all parents worldwide." Yan Erju's eyes also turned red. "Yes, I know. Don't worry, I won't blame her. I will talk to her properly. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 1006, Super Protective _5. Enai Hua nodded. "Thank you, Sister Erju." "Of course." Shengguan Dehui had known that the outcome of this visit might not be good, but he hadn't expected it to be this bad. Wu Yanyan's reaction had caught him off guard. Previously, he and Mr. Zheng and Mrs. Zheng thought the same, considering Wu Yanyan to be a gentle and honest girl. Now, it seemed that wasn't the case. Several people got into the car. The expressions of Mr. Zheng and Mrs. Zheng were somewhat grim. They had lost their only daughter for decades. They knew too well the feeling of utter despair and had thought that after their explanation, Wu Yanyan would understand them. But Wu Yanyan didn't even give them a chance to explain and even resorted to violence. No matter what, they were her elders. Even if Wu Yanyan didn't regard them as elders, they were still elderly, and her hitting them was simply wrong. In comparison to Enai Yang, Wu Yanyan fell far short. To say he was not disappointed would be a lie. But from another perspective, this child was also pitiful. She had lost her mother at a young age and had almost died. Sigh, hopefully, the child can find her way out of this dead end soon. Enai Hua then said, "Dehui, Dad, Mom, let's not tell Yang Yang about what just happened. Knowing Ni Yang's temperament, if she found out what Wu Yangyun did, she definitely wouldn't let it go. After all, Ni Yang was a very protective person. Shangguan Dehui didn't say anything. Ni Zuhuan nudged Shangguan Dehui's arm. Dehui, did you hear me? Shangguan Dehui sighed, I know. Hearing this, Ni Zuhua turned to look at Mr. and Mrs. Xing in the back seat. Dad, Mom, you mustn't tell Yang Yang either. Mr. Zhang and Mrs. Xing nodded. At the Wu family house. Erju scolded Wu Yangyun severely. Xiaoyun, you really disappointed me today. How could you resort to violence? No matter what, they are your elders. Especially considering Mr. Zhang and Mrs. Xing's age, did you even think about the consequences before throwing things? Xiaoyun. Murder doesn't even go this far, think about what you've done. After saying this, Erju stopped caring about Su Xiaoyun and turned to walk to her room. Wu Yangyun stood there, reeling. Was she wrong? Really wrong? Did she deserve to be abandoned? Discarded by people and still expected to smile and say it didn't matter, that she didn't care? She is human. Not a toy to be tossed around. Meanwhile, Ni Yang went to Bingji Yufu to do some accounting. It had been a while since she last did so, and after making the rounds, she reaped a huge profit that she could hardly stuff into her backpack, also carrying 2 plastic bags. As soon as she left the mall, she saw Xiao Zhou. Brother Yang, where are you coming from? Xiao Zhou greeted him. I went to Bingji Yufu to do some accounting, did you come to browse the mall? Ni Yang raised his eyebrows slightly. Yeah. Xiao Zhou nodded. By the way, what are you carrying that's so heavy? Money. Ni Yang didn't conceal it. Xiao Zhou unbelievingly said, come on, Brother Yang, don't joke. I'm serious. Who would use 2 broken plastic bags to carry money? If there was really that much money, wouldn't one need to be fully armed and able to walk so boldly on the street? It really is money. Ni Yang seriously said, I'm actually on my way to deposit it in the bank. Xiao Zhou looked at Ni Yang incredulously. Do you think I look like a fool? Ni Yang nodded, quite so. With that, Ni Yang handed Xiao Zhou a plastic bag. If you don't believe me, see for yourself. Xiao Zhou took the plastic bag. Indeed, just as he had expected. Ha! It was quite heavy. As Xiao Zhou carried it, he opened a corner to look inside. His expression changed. Damn! It really was money. Ni Yang hadn't lied to him. Is this money real or fake? Xiao Zhou swallowed hard. Manufacturing and distributing fake currency is illegal. I'm a law-abiding good citizen, Ni Yang spoke lightly. Xiao Zhou immediately envied Ni Yang officially. Damn! He was so good at making money. Even though his detective agency earned a decent amount each day, compared to the speed at which Ni Yang made money, it was merely a drizzle, hardly worth mentioning. Ni Yang looked unfazed, as if accustomed to big scenes. Xiao Zhou then said, you, a lady, carrying so much money on the street is too unsafe. Let me take you to the bank. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1007, Super Protective _6. Ni Yang turned his head to Xiao Zhou. Are you sure you can beat me? Xiao Zhou, that's a personal attack. Though I can't beat you, I can watch the money for you while you're fighting. Let's go, Ni Yang laughed. After the money is deposited, he'll treat you to a meal. Great. Xiao Zhou followed up, but you really trust me to carry the money for you? Aren't you afraid I'll run off with it? Ni Yang raised an eyebrow slightly. We're all brothers, what's there to fear? The phrase, "we're all brothers," inexplicably made Xiaozhou very happy. Being trusted by someone felt really good. Big brother Yang, now that you've made so much money, remember to treat me to a big meal. I want to go to Gustianxiang to eat. With a casual wave of his hand, Yang said generously, "Sure, no problem." "Do you have a membership card?" asked Xiaozhou. "Yeah," Yang nodded. "I not only have a membership card, but I can also give you one." "Really?" Xiaozhou was so thrilled he could almost fly. Big brother Yang was true to his name. His connections were too wild. He could even get a membership card to Gustianxiang. The bank staff had already grown accustomed to the sight of Yang using plastic bags to carry money. Thus, whenever Shangguan Su arrived at the bank, the staff would immediately say, "President, your sister has deposited 2 plastic bags and a backpack full of money today." Shangguan Su also greatly admired Yang. She seemed like a fragile young girl incapable of harming a chicken, but her ability to make money was stronger than 10 strong men combined. Yang took Xiaozhou to Gustianxiang to eat. After eating and returning home, it was already afternoon, Yang asked about the result of Kuihua's visit to the Wu family today. Tsuhua said, "Your second younger sister still holds a grudge and isn't ready to forgive us, but I don't blame her. She's never had a sip of milk since she was a child. If it hadn't been for Sister Erju, she might be dead by now." Yang hugged Tsuehua and comforted her, "Mom, don't be sad. I don't think Yenyun is the kind of person to stick to her guns. After she calms down in a couple of days, I'll try talking to her." After all, she was her sister born of the same mother, Yang still had a lot of faith in Wu Yenyun. And before, she and Wu Yenyun got along well, Tsuehua nodded. Shangguan Dehui looked at Yang with hesitation in his expression. "Dad, do you have something to say to me?" "No," Shangguan Dehui shook his head, "I'm just worried. What if Yenyun refuses to forgive us? Would your mother regret it for the rest of her life?" Yang furrowed her brow slightly. "If Yenyun really doesn't want to acknowledge us, then let it be. Rather than making a scene on both sides, it's better to part on good terms. All we need to do is fulfill our duties, leave the rest to fate, and avoid living with regrets." As for Tsuehua, as long as she learned that her second daughter wasn't dead and was living well, that would be enough. No matter what, these mistakes weren't caused by her, and no amount of guilt could change that. Finishing, Yang continued, "But based on what I know about Yenyun, she doesn't seem to be the type to be unreasonable." Yang had known Wu Yenyun for almost half a year. In her understanding, Wu Yenyun had always been a kind, simple, and empathetic girl. As long as she was given time to process everything, Yang believed she would understand. Shangguan Dehui nodded. Noticing that Shangguan Dehui seemed a bit off, Yang said again, "Dad, are you hiding something from me?" She always felt there was something strange about Shangguan Dehui that evening. "And it's not just a little bit." Shangguan Dehui said with a smile, "Look at you, kid, what could I possibly hide from you? There's nothing to worry about, you're overthinking it." "Really?" Yang raised an eyebrow slightly. "Dad, we're all family, don't hide anything from me if there's something going on." "Really, there's nothing." Shangguan Dehui repeatedly denied, so Yang did not continue to question him and went back to her room to ask Tsuehua, "Mom, is Dad hiding something from me?" "What thing?" Tsuehua felt somewhat baffled. "You don't know?" Tsuehua laughed, "I don't know." Yang then said, "Mom, you went to the Wu family today, did something unpleasant happen?" "Not at all," Tsuehua sighed. "If I had to say something, it's just that Yenyun refused to acknowledge us." Yang knew they were definitely hiding something from her. "Mom, if there's something going on, you have to tell me. We're a family, and if there's a problem, we should solve it together." Hmm. Ni Tsuhua nodded. Mom understands. If Ni Tsuhua wasn't talking, Ni Yang could ask all she wanted, but it would be to no avail. Thus, Ni Yang could only give up. During dinner, Ni Yang noticed that Grandpa Jing's forehead was actually swollen, so she asked, "Grandpa, what happened to your forehead?" Hearing this, Ni Kuihua's brow twitched. She looked at Grandpa Jing somewhat nervously. Grandpa Jing touched his forehead, smiling and said, "Oh, it's nothing. I was planting flowers this morning and accidentally got hit by a hoe. It will subside in a little bit." Getting injured by a hoe while working was quite normal, so Ni Yang didn't think much of it. "Be more careful when you work, Grandpa. I'll get you some medicine later to help with the circulation and bruising." "No need, it's a small matter," Grandpa Jing said, unconcerned. Because of Wu Yanyan's situation, Shengwan Su also came back tonight. He had even prepared a gift for his new sister, only to find she hadn't come back at all. The next morning, Ni Yang went out for a run, and Shengwan Shi went to work with her bag. Just as she arrived at the corner, waiting for the bus, a luxurious sedan pulled up in front of Shengwan Shi. Chapter 1008. Eyesight is poor. Shengwan Shi pulled open the car door without any courtesy. "I have to go to work, just on Goldie Road." "Got it." Wu Qinjun sat up straight. "Fasten your seatbelt." Shengwan Shi quickly buckled up. "Let's go." Wu Qinjun turned his head to look at Shengwan Shi. "I heard from my grandma that you've got a boyfriend." "Yes," Shengwan Shi nodded, "and you're not getting any younger. Haven't you thought about finding a girlfriend?" Wu Qinjun laughed with self-admiration. "Someone as outstanding as me is simply too much for the average girl." "Huh?" Shengwan Shi said speechlessly. "After all these years, your skin seems to have gotten thicker, comparable to the corner of a city wall." "I'm serious." Wu Qinjun added. "Shengwan Xiaoxi, I hear your family isn't too happy with your boyfriend. You know about that?" Shengwan Shi was surprised. Wu Qinjun kept his hands on the steering wheel. "You underestimate me. Is there anything in Suzhou City that I don't know?" Wu Qinjun was a smooth operator and had a way with his peers. All he had to do was lift a finger to find out what he wanted to know. Starting to boast again, Shengwan Shi continued, "Actually, my boyfriend is really nice, but my family has some misunderstandings about him." Wu Qinjun kept his eyes straight ahead. "Sometimes you can't tell by appearances. Shengwan Xiaoxi, you've always been a little naive. Be careful not to be deceived by people with ulterior motives." Wu Qinjun knew Shengwan Shi all too well. She was beautiful but unfortunately not quite emotionally savvy. Otherwise, she wouldn't have stayed single for so many years. "That's not going to happen," Shengwan Shi laughed. "Swoling isn't that kind of person." "Swoling?" Wu Qinjun said. "That's your boyfriend's name?" "Yeah," Shengwan Shi nodded. Wu Qinjun continued. "Elders have seen and experienced more than us. Their life experiences are more abundant. If your whole family says Swoling isn't good enough, then he might really have a problem. Shengwan Xiaoxi, this is a serious matter. I hope you'll take it seriously. It's about being responsible to yourself, and your family as well." Shengwan Shi was not only lacking in emotional intelligence but also very naive, easy to be deceived by men. Shengwan Shi teased, "Tisk tsk, such grand principles. Wu Lao San, spending time abroad has changed you. It seems it's a great opportunity to develop oneself. The old Wu Qinjun used to be irresponsible, never this serious. Call me third brother. Show some respect." Wu Qinjun tapped Shengwan Zai's head and said with seriousness, "Shengwan Xiaoxi, if Swoling ever dares to bully you, tell me, and I'll beat him up for you." Shengwan Shi looked down, fiddling with the zipper of her down jacket. "Don't worry, that day will never come. Swoling was a gentleman, he would never do something like mistreating a woman." Chapter 1009, Poor Eyesight _2. Wu Qinjun, let go of me. You're practically choking me to death. Wu Qinjun held tightly onto her neck, a faint fragrance lingering around his nose. If he paid attention, he'd notice it was the scent of roses. Will you stop saying men and women shouldn't get too close now? I won't say it anymore, I promise I'll never say it again. Swear it. Wu Qinjun persisted. All right, I swear. Sheng Wanshi held up 3 fingers. Only then did Wu Qinjun let her go. Fine, young master will forgive you this once. You're so annoying. Sheng Wanshi rolled her eyes at Wu Qinjun. You've messed up my hair. Wu Qinjun walked up to Sheng Wanshi and stopped, leaning in to straighten her hair. If it's messed up, just fix it, right? Sheng Wanxi's eyes darted around, and seizing the opportunity, she stamped hard on Wu Qinjun's foot and then swiftly ran towards the workplace. Wu Qinjun watched her retreating back, whistling with a somewhat spoilt young master's air. Just then, Zhuo Ling ran over from the other side and, seeing Sheng Wanxi's back, called out with a laugh, Xiaoxi, wait for me. Hearing Zhuo Ling's voice, Sheng Wanshi waved with a smile, Zhuo Ling, this way. Zhuo Ling. Is this Sheng Wanxi's boyfriend? Wu Qinjun narrowed his eyes, his left hand in his pocket, somewhat baffled why Sheng Wanshi had taken a liking to such a guy. Poor eyesight. It seemed Sheng Wanshi might need a pair of glasses. Wu Qinjun, slightly irritated, took out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket. At that moment, Zhuo Ling glanced back at Wu Qinjun. Xiaoxi, you know that comrade? Sheng Wanshi looked back at Wu Qinjun and nodded. He's a friend who grew up with me. Zhuo Ling expressed his surprise. I saw him driving a car. If Sheng Wanxi's friend was this wealthy, did it mean Sheng Wanxi's family was also wealthy? Was everything he had seen at Sheng Wanxi's house last time real? Sheng Wanshi smiled and said, he won the jackpot in the lottery before, and now he's already living in a villa. Really? Can you actually win the lottery? In the 80s, lotteries had just started, and most people didn't believe you could actually win. It's true. Sheng Wanshi nodded her head. Besides winning the lottery, she had no better reason. How much did he win? Zhuo Ling continued to ask. It must be quite a lot, Sheng Wanshi said. He's living in a villa, at any rate, he's certainly richer than us. Making money from buying lottery tickets, his luck is too good. Zhuo Ling looked enviously at Wu Qinjun as he drove away. When could he also live in a villa and drive a car? Based on his current salary, that seemed a bit difficult. Life is so unfair. Some people work hard and still have no car or villa, while others do nothing and drive off in cars. Maybe after work, he should also buy a lottery ticket. Let's not talk about this, we should hurry inside. Oh, did you have breakfast? Zhuo Ling, his mind on the lottery, didn't even hear Sheng Wanxi's words and responded absently, got it. What do you mean got it? Sheng Wanshi said exasperately. I'm asking if you had breakfast. If not, shall I accompany you to the canteen? Oh. Zhuo Ling finally caught on, I've eaten. I'm heading back to the office. In fact, Zhuo Ling hadn't had breakfast at all. Now with thoughts of buying a lottery ticket, how could he even think of eating? Sheng Wanshi also headed in the direction of the workshop. School had a test today, so Ni Yang took a trip there, and incidentally brought Bing Ji Yu Fu for Zhang Qiuying. Thank you so much, Yang Yang. Zhang Qiuying took out some money and handed it to Ni Yang. Ni Yang smiled as she handed the 10 yuan back to Zhang Qiuying. We're all classmates, let's just call it an even number. One set of Bing Ji Yu Fu cost 210 yuan, but Ni Yang only charged 200 yuan. Zhang Qiuying refused. Oh, no need, you bought this with money. You can't be at a loss. It's okay, I'm very familiar with the owner of Bing Ji Fu, what's 10 yuan less? Then I'll not stand on ceremony. Seeing that Ni Yang wasn't just being polite, Zhang Chuying accepted the 10 yuan. Presently, Li Huilan excitedly ran in from outside. It's snowing. It's snowing outside. Really? Ni Yang looked back in surprise. Really, really? Li Huilan said, I just came back from outside. It's snowing heavily. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1010, Poor Vision _3. I'm going to check out the corridor outside, Ni Yang said as she arrived at the hallway, and outside, it really was snowing. The big, flaky snow and willow catkin-like snowflakes were floating down from mid-air, piling a thin white layer on the ground. The snowy weather always seemed to put everyone in a wonderful mood. Ni Yang turned to look back at the dormitory. Huilan, Chuying, let's go out for hot pot tonight. Ill treat. Sure, sure. Zhang Chuying raised both hands in agreement. Li Huilan also expressed her approval. After the evening test, Ni Yang took her 2 roommates out for hot pot. As the 3 of them stepped out of the school gate, they saw a black sedan parked outside. In those times, when sedans were not as common as in the future, they stood out significantly. Just then, the car door opened, and a tall man emerged, unfolding an umbrella as he stepped out. With one hand holding the umbrella and the other in his pocket, his thin lips pressed tightly together, his chiseled face bore no particular expression. He seemed to embody the snow and wind, and the aura of aloofness and prestige emanated from his every move. Against his backdrop, the snowy scenery and people behind him became lifeless props. Li Huilan and Zhang Chuying were both stunned. He was incredibly handsome. Brother Mo, Ni Yang's eyes lit up at the sight of the newcomer. Yang, Mo Qishan strode toward her. Seeing this, Li Huilan and Zhang Chuying exchanged glances, both seeing the confusion in each other's eyes. Aren't you cold? Mo Qishan casually pulled Ni Yang's hand into the pocket of his trench coat. Not cold, Ni Yang shook her head. Oh, let me introduce you, Brother Mo. These are my roommates, Zhang Chuying and Li Huilan. With that said, Ni Yang continued, Huilan, Chuying, this is my boyfriend Mo Qishan. So he's her boyfriend. No wonder he's so handsome. And they're such a perfect match. Hello, I'm Zhang Chuying. I am Li Huilan. Mo Qishan nodded slightly. Hello, I appreciate how you've taken care of Yang these past days. At this, Zhang Chuying and Li Huilan felt a bit embarrassed. It wasn't that they took care of Ni Yang, but rather she took care of them. Ni Yang's boyfriend sure knew how to speak well. After a moment, Mo Qishan looked at Ni Yang. Where were you all heading? Let me give you a lift. We were thinking of going out for hot pot, Ni Yang nodded. Get in the car then. Mo Qishan turned and opened the door. Ni Yang sat in the passenger seat while Li Huilan and Zhang Chuying took the rear. What do you think about Yang's boyfriend? Zhang Chuying nudged Li Huilan's arm and asked in a low voice. I think he's really good, Li Huilan replied. Zhang Chuying nodded. I think he's really good too. Ah. I didn't expect Yang to have a boyfriend. It makes me want to start dating too. But the boys in our school, not one catches my eye. You're such a good person. Wu Yanyan smiled, then turned her head to look in Grandpa Dust's direction, the smile freezing on her lips. Who was that standing beside Grandpa Du? Ni Yang. What was she doing here? 3 or 4 days had passed, and Ni Yang had neither shown up nor contacted her. She thought Ni Yang must have been really busy, but it turned out Ni Yang was just busy chatting with someone else. Ni Yang had already known they were sisters, but she kept it a secret. After the truth came out, Ni Yang even suggested becoming sworn kin. So this was her dear sister. Ni Yang was probably worried that she'd fight over the family fortune, but was she that kind of person? Even if the Ni family's wealth were put before her, she wouldn't glance at it twice. Wu Yanyan clenched her fists tight and walked away in the opposite direction. Ni Yang glanced that way, frowning slightly. She called out, Yanyan. Hearing Ni Yang's voice, Wu Yanyan ran faster. There was an alley nearby, and she quickly turned into it, her voice disappearing down the alley. Did I mistake her for someone else? Ni Yang scratched her head. Grandpa Du also glanced in that direction. Who did you see? Ni Yang explained, my sister, Wu Yanyan. Did you just see her? Grandpa Du couldn't even remember what Wu Yanyan looked like. Even if he had seen her, he wouldn't recognize her. Twirling his Buddha beads, he said, you probably got it wrong. If it really was her, she wouldn't have had no reaction to your call. That's true. Ni Yang retracted her gaze and continued, it's so cold, aren't you freezing with so little on? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. You're tuning in to the Path of the True Immortal YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.